Good afternoon and welcome back to the Central Committee meeting number 14 of today. I would now give the floor to the Minister of Public Health, Social Development and Labor, Minister Omar Otley. You have the floor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to the members of Parliament, the viewing and listening public. Without further ado, we'll dive right into the presentation. Keep clicking. Here we have the presentation content. We have the minister's portfolio, the mission of the ministry, the key achievements 2022, overall comparison budget 2023 versus 2022 or previous years. We have revenue, expenses, policy priorities for 2023, highlights in expected expenses, and also other matters and the conclusion. Here's a diagram of how the Ministry of VSR is set up. We will go to the next slide. The vision of the ministry is to be a knowledge institute, which will result in being the recognized governmental authority for public health, social development, social security, labor and related policies and service domains. The mission, to promote a healthy and socially supportive community, preventing unhealthy living conditions, protecting socially vulnerable groups, promoting employment and general well-being of the society of St. Maarten. Also to ensure access to health insurance and social security system. Here we have some of the achievements for 2023 as it pertains to financial implications. We have the pharmaceutical cost containment program, which is with the generic medication that was done via SZV, that is scheduled to save between 8 and 12 million yearly. We have the Dutch Caribbean Health Alliance, in which the Dutch Caribbean countries will join together in procurement measures to alleviate some of the costs when putting out procurements or bidding on processes. We also would have, when the general hospital is finalized and we determine a specific specialty, what would happen is members of the Dutch Caribbean countries would send patients to St. Maarten for that specific reason. There's also the indexation of the hourly minimum wage, which increased the buying power of those minimum wage earners. We also had the home repair projects for vulnerable groups. There's also the elderly programs, such as the SMART program, such as the hygienic program. There are programs at the help desk to assist elderly with their tax and SZV registration and other different aspects. Here we have an overall comparison of the budget 2023 versus 2022. We have in 2022 budgeted $92,530,958. Actually, what was actually used was $86,928,292. So budgeted for 2023, these are the expenses. We have $88,461,918 guilders. If we look at the income, we have what was actually brought in is $938,347. What is budgeted this year for 2023 is $1,481,524. Here we take a look at the revenues. We have the fees, miscellaneous and other incomes, work permits, ambulance fees. I move down to the totals. We had budgeted in 2022 $1,271,180 guilders. What was actually came in was $938,347. What we have budgeted, $1,481,524. Here we have expenses per economic category. We have personnel costs, subsidies, social security and health insurance, goods and services. The totals we see, total cost for VSR, we see at the bottom what is budgeted for 2023 is $55,961,918. For sickness insurance for civil servants, total budgeted would come to, we have total budgeted $32,500,000, which brings us to the $88,461,918. This chart is just an illustration of expenses per economic category in comparison. We go to the next. Here we have the allocated budget. Sickness insurance for civil servants is 37% of our budget. Personnel costs is 16%. Subsidy is 2%. Social Security health insurance is 34%. And goods and services 11%. Here we have highlights of the expected expenses. $400,000 for establishing of Port Health. $470,000 for hiring of 4 key essential personnel for Social Security social registry system. We have $194,000 for the non-communicable disease implementation plan, $300,000 for the establishment and staffing of registration system for healthcare professionals, $200,000 for improving the legislation policy and regulations of mental health care. We also have $100,000 for improving of legislation policy regulations for medical waste policy. Highlights expense 2, we have $250,000 for consultancy fees for the non-communicable disease strategic plan, $205,000 for youth vaccination and dental program, $200,000 for the creation of a disease database for the surveillance and following up with the NCDs, NCDs, and mortality. We have $150,000 for the developing of a structured reporting mechanism for communicable diseases, $522,000 for the outbreak and preparedness program, $700,000 for the home repair program, which will be continued. We have $100,000 for ESF7 community-based training, $100,000 for digitalization of crisis care process, $150,000 to update AOV legislation to include flanking measures. Highlights 3, we have $1,740,360 for the transitional shelter program, which is also ongoing, $150,000 for the development of the legislation for rental subsidy, $140,000 for the development of the policy proposals in regards to illegal employment of foreign workers, $150,000 to conduct various workshops to educate the public pertaining to their labor rights and enhance their job-seeking opportunities, $49,500,000 for civil servants and persons receiving medical aid. We have $6,500,000 contribution towards the ZV insurance for persons still insured but unemployed. We have $6,800,000 for financial aid. Some policy priorities in 2023 for healthcare will be public awareness campaign for non-communicable diseases. This is very important in promotion of healthy living. Youth vaccination and dental program, non-communicable disease plan, developing a structured reporting mechanism for communicable disease which supports the international health regulation. To establish the establishment and staffing of registration system for healthcare professionals in line with international quality standards. For healthcare, we also have the digitalizing of the inspection application system, the Dutch Caribbean Hospital Alliance between the CAS and BEST, mental health care legislation, which is being worked on via the Wietlanden Overleg with the CAS and BEST, the continuation of the port health services at points of entry to ensure public safety as pandemics are promised in the future. So we have community and comprehensive social care. These are priorities for this department. To develop community development programs through an integral and neighborhood-oriented approach, to carry out household assessments to identify the social economic needs of the population in order to better project and develop services, the establishment and staffing of a registration system for healthcare professionals in line with international qualities, to continue with the Continuity Resilience Project funded via EU, which are linked with country measures A5 in the country package. We have the implementation of the socials registration system as outlined and approved by the National Recovery Resilience Plan document. We have the ministry will maintain the ongoing transitional shelter program, the development of legislation for rental subsidy, and also we are planning to develop legislation for unemployment fund. Labor, we will develop a policy proposals in regards to illegal employment of foreign workers. This is also a country, in the country package. The development of e-platform, the to reactivate the Council of Education and Labor to conduct various workshops to educate the public pertaining to their labor rights and enhance their job-seeking opportunities. Some top priorities we are going to establish in 2023 is the continuation of the diabetic foot care program we signed, and now it's to facilitate and get it off of the ground. After hours for GP and care clinic for non-urgent medical attention. This is very much needed to alleviate some of the strain at SMMC and the waiting hours. We have the water collaboration between the French side in hopes to bring in some revenue. We have the legalization of the cannabis. We have the health levy being worked on. We also have, as stated, the BIC, which we are working on to the establishment of structure to widen the pool of medical professionals. We have the amendment to the Civil Code defining under what circumstance can short-term contracts be used. And also, I'm happy for this part, we did send a request to the SED previously to request the cost of living. Some information was needed. Since then, the Ministry of TIAT is busy still conducting the census. So once this information is finalized, we can use this information and hopefully once and for all have a cost of living. I have here some information on the cannabis, why I think it's important to our industry. According to Forbes, the cannabis tourism is now at $17 billion industry. In 2021, it was said that out of the $25 billion in legal cannabis sales, $4.5 billion was driven through tourists. For instance, in Antigua, on the first half of 2022, they made $6 million in revenue. By the end of that year, they had over $23 million in revenue. And by 2028, they are projected to make $49 million per year in revenue. Sint Maarten has started their RFP. We had the deadline, and within the coming months, we should have a winner of this RFP to start the legalization process. You have reached the end of the budget presentation for VSA. I would like to thank all of the staff that worked tirelessly on this. So on behalf of me, the Minister of VSA, I would like to thank my staff in the ministry. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for your presentation. The next minister is the Minister of Tourism, Economic Affairs, Transport, and Telecommunication. Mr. Lambrix, you have the floor.
I can press it. Good afternoon, members of Parliament. Good afternoon, colleague ministers. Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, Gafir. Good afternoon to those listening. Here's the budget debate presentation from the Ministry of Tourism. So first we have our presentation content, which is the mission and vision of the Ministry of TIAT, the key achievements of 2022, our priorities for 2023, our overall comparison budget 2023 versus 2022, our revenue, our expenses, our capital investment expenses, other matters, and our conclusion. Our mission is to gather and produce the relevant statistics, policies, regulations, and laws, taking into consideration critical dilemmas and explore the diversification areas complementary to our tourism-based economy, to assist with decision-making towards the further stimulation, development, and growth of our economy on the short and long term for the country of Sint Maarten. Our vision, we aim to stimulate the sustainable economic growth, provide economic relief, and further tourism development and agriculture, while create. But now you're moving mine too.
Yours moving too?
Sorry. While creating employment and economic opportunities for the people of Sint Maarten. Our ministry's goals: the economic growth, economic relief, tourism development, developing sustainable agriculture, regulation, control and enforcement, service improvement. Economic growth for 2022. Sorry, 1 second. I think it's not, it's going too far. Stay here on the corner so you can see. Economic growth for 2022 with a forecasted GP of 8%. Economic growth for 2023 with a further forecasted GDP of 5%. Stayover arrivals 2022 versus 2019 was surpassed by 17%. Our stayover arrivals 2022 versus 2016 are still behind 20%, obviously because of the COVID and that we had Irma in between, so we're still catching up. Cruise arrivals 2022 versus 2019, we're behind by about 48% still, also for the same reasons. Inflation in 2022 was 3.8%. Inflation is projected to be 3.5% for 2023. Crossroads and challenges. Aim for sustainability tourism development, increased business activities, increased noise pollution and other externalities are some of the issues that we face with it, but we are looking into it and making sure to do it properly. Promote investment, spatial planning and dilemma. Key achievements in 2022 under economic growth. We have the support of the farmers market, which was done in Port-au-Plaisance. We have the disbursements of funds, which was done to the schools for the agricultural program. We have approval and publishing of the investment and diversification policy, approval and publishing of the agricultural policy, the SME entrepreneurship development program. Under service improvement, we have the census 2022, which is still ongoing. We have the economic indicators, updated figures in GDP and inflation. We have the weather radar. We have the launch of the online application and business licenses. Under the economic relief, we have the maximum price project, which is for the basket of goods, which was increased last year. We have the hurricane disaster list. We have the excise tax relief, which was done during the COVID. We have the price comparisons. Tourism development, we have the online agency campaigns with Expedia. We have marketing and sales campaigns throughout the regions, North America, Europe, Caribbean, targeting the market to get airline campaign. We have with American Airlines and Sunwing, partnership with annual special events to increase arrivals. Under the control and regulation and enforcement, we have the formalization of the Lottery Oversight Committee. We have the implementation of driving exams in automatic vehicles, which recently began in February. We have approval of the implementation of the minimum regulation for the mandatory prize displays. The key achievements in 2022 that we spoke about, these are just some of the slides to illustrate them. So this is the farmers market. The ministry originally provided 36,000 in 2022. We plan to continue yearly subsidizing this effort. The market has now been ongoing successfully. The initiative helps the farmers and other agriculture-related businesses sell their products directly to consumers, taking out the middleman cost. This not only benefits the farmers, but also promotes healthy eating habits amongst the consumers. Another part that was mentioned was the agriculture and school programs. Government dispersed funds to 9 different schools for this program. Each school was contacted and given the opportunity to take part in the program. The funds of approximately 84,000 were dispersed between those schools, depending on their needs. Some receive a little bit more, some receive a little bit less. Moving on, we have the Economic Growth, Investment, and Diversification Policy. The government has approved and published the Investment and Diversification Policy to attract more foreign investments and diversify the economy. This policy was created or will create new opportunities for businesses, increase employment opportunities, and promote economic growth. The Economic Growth Agricultural Policy aims to provide comprehensive framework for promoting agriculture in the country. This policy includes measures to improve agriculture productivity, increase investment in agriculture, and promote agro-industries. Some of the other key achievements mentioned were the MSME SCDP program that took place, started in September 2022 and is set to end in August 2023. Thus far, we have 55 active candidates that took part in this. It has a little diagram that you can see exactly who benefited from what. We have the key achievements in 2022, again, the population census. In this presentation, it says 63%. As of this morning, we are on 65%. The expected end date is set to be mid-April 2023. Right now, there are some challenges in some certain areas which are private, and to access them and to get this information has caused a little bit of a delay, but we are working on it and pushing forward to have it continued and finished. The weather radar has also been installed and functioning as of September 2022. It is, however, not fully online due to still having some issues ironed out with the ICT to get it online. Hurricane disaster list in 2022 was also updated. These are some items that were added to the list, building material items, batteries, different stuff that were added to make sure that we do not surpass, also candles, citronella candles, that we do not surpass these amounts. The basket of goods that was mentioned was also increased from 12 items to 72. We are still looking to see how we can increase and where we can fine-tune to make sure that everything is on it. There's a new list of the basket of goods shown on the slide. Also, some previous basket of goods that are mentioned on the left, which were only rice, margarine, butter, milk powder, canned milk, baby food, cooking oil, coffee, tea, flour, sugar, and cornmeal. Those have been updated to include beans, tea bags, coffee, peanut butter, corn flakes, for some to mention sardines, bar soaps, deodorants, different necessity and items that people do need. Key achievements, okay. Economic relief, the gas price, excise tax was reduced. This was done for 6 months It helped to drop the price from 29 cents for the excise tax to 15.5 cents per liter. This helped the people of Sint Maarten to keep a little lower cost for the fuel. The automatic driving exams that we mentioned, those are also shown here. The total exams so far for the month of March are 147. We had manual transmission since January, the start of the year, 93. And since February, we've already have 54 exams done with the automatic driving. We have here the Delta vacations mentioned. We also have some other trade shows shown. These were shows that we had in 2022. We had travel advisors that were invited to the island for winter update, experience the island firsthand. We had the Delta Vacation University, where we participated in the conference in the US. It has grown also from 60% in 2022. We have the Apple Leisure Group annual trade show promoting Sint Maarten to the trade networking with over 6,500 travel advisors at this annual conference. We have the Northeast Road Show, which hosts a series of destination updates for the travel trade in the Northeast US, Sint Maarten's largest source of the market for visitors. We also had with Travel Zoo, where we invested 90,000 guilders. We had a reach of over almost 4.5 million persons. Over 20,000 visits to the page demonstrates higher members' interest and engagement with Sint Maarten. 3,360 plus outbound links demonstrated high interest in discovering more about the two islands, or about the one island, two countries, particularly with the accommodation links ranking high. Strong engagement on social media with users saving and sharing content on Instagram. Here we have Tourism. This is also from the Travel Zoo. Next one, tourism development. We had the online travel agency Expedia. We invested approximately 150,000 guilders along with the SHTA. The return on investment was approximately 49-1. Gross booking revenues to the destination, 4.2 million in gross bookings. We had 5,800 room nights booked, 4.2 million impressions. Priorities in 2023. Under the economic growth, we are continuing the SME development, replicating the farmers market, but also in Phillipsburg, not only at Port Plaisance. The SME Entrepreneurship Development Program, opportunity for the SME, the street fairs, promoting agriculture, agriculture in schools, educational programs for agriculturists, investment climate. We are subsidizing for the issue subsidies for the EDC for the investment promotion diversification activities and oversee activities, develop a red carpet policy for investors, revision, updating of the residential economic policy. We are looking at starting a mooring ball project for the Sinsumé Lagoon, revision, updating of the beach vending policies, review of the list of the moratoriums, finalizing of the reestablishment of the EDC, increased capability for international ship registration. Info campaigns and improvements for 2023, data availability, the census, we're completing that, the economic indicators, updated figures for the GDP and inflation, information and communication, compliant case management systems, info campaign for awareness of tourism in schools and in the community, reduce the process time for licensing, launch of the online applications, publication of the clear criteria to start a business and obtain a business license, enhance weather reporting, purchase and install of the new automated weather systems. Weather radar, as mentioned, almost completed, just the online process now to get it on. We have the economic relief, increased price controls, the maximum price of goods, additions to the basket of goods, hurricane disaster list to see how we can further update that also, establish and update the maximum prices for both, stimulate the competition, price comparisons published on the website, monitor and evaluate economic relief initiatives. Under the tourism development, marketing to increase tourism heads and beds, co-op campaigns with the airlines and travel agents, trade shows, hosting, annual calendar of events, website development, various campaigns created to increase bookings and arrivals through the Expedia and TripAdvisor. Under the data, online ED cards, tourism exit surveys, product development, coordination for beautifying Phillipsburg, including the signage, increase of the foot traffic in town via the bus or / tour terminal, finalization of digital maps, cruise conversion to assist in increasing our day visitors to return stayover guests, finalizing discussions with the Royal Caribbean Group for the hotel / water park that was proposed. Control, regulation, and enforcement, noise pollution and complaints, public transportation and improvements, harassment and soliciting of the visitors, addressing unlicensed businesses, maximum price, weights, and measures, finalizing updates to the beach policy and residential economic policy, the ICAO and Category 1 status for the PGIA, inspections on pricing and basket of goods and keeping within the regulation, and recruitment of a harbor master. Next. The overall comparison budget, 2023 versus 2022. We have the expenses in 2022 at 26,472,478 versus the budget in 2023, which is 24,526,388, a difference of nearly 2 million guilders in savings. With the income on the budget 2022, we had close to 32 million. Budget 2023, we have close to 61 million, a difference of increase 28 million, almost 29 million guilders. The projected revenue increases are due to what is shown here. The budget in 2022 for business licenses, we had an income of 7.7 million. In 2023, we estimate this to be close to 9 million, at 8.89 million to be exact. The timeshare was at 1.3 million in 2022. In 2023, it's estimated to be close to 3.1 million, additional revenue of 1.8. Guest lodging in 2022 was set at 2.5 million. We budget in 2023 to have this at around 8 million, seeing how the tourism is increasing and we are pushing to get more people to our shores, which is an extra 5.5 million increase. Guest Airbnb, in 2022, there was 0 collected. We are looking to collect 5 million for 2023. Special income tax, tourist tax, 0 on 2022. In 2023, we estimate this to be at around 10 million. Rental car tax was approximately $500,000. We estimate this to be around 850, not half, yeah, $500,000. We estimate this to be around 850,000 for 2023, an increase of approximately 400,000. Hazardous games, we have it at 5 million approximately for 2022. In 2023, we estimate this to be around 7.2 million. Again, a 2.2 million increase. Expenses per economic category. In 2022, we had personnel expenses at 16.3 million. In 2023, we've budgeted it at 16 million, a savings of about 300,000. Goods and services. In 2022, we had at 8.1 million. In 2023, we have it set at 7.1 million, which is a savings of 1 million. Subsidies, we had 2.1 million in 2022. In 2023, we have this at 1.6 million, savings of $500,000. In total, we saved approximately 1.8 million from 2022 to 2023. Capital investments for 2023. We have the vendor village / marketplace. We have a budgeted amount of 676,800. A proposed marketplace and taxi holding area with a project cost of approximately 1,056,000. We do have a commitment from our cruise partners of approximately 630,000. My proposal would take 426 from the vendor village budgeted amount to have that market finally completed and underway. With the remainder, what is left from the budgeted amount of 676, we have sufficient left to also do some park benches, ashtrays, bins, different things throughout town to keep the area clean. 6 vehicles for inspection department were also budgeted for at 323,000. Which brings the total budgeted to 1,632,000. With the projects proposed, out of that budget, we are at 1,624,000, so actually $7.87 under budget. Proposed Phillipsburg marketplace plans. I have some pictures for everyone to see. It's not just a marketplace or a vending village, but also incorporates a proper taxi holding area to ensure proper parking and waiting, to eliminate the congestion at the courthouse, Clem-Lebega Square. Rather than just do a marketplace, I brought into the plan also a taxi holding to try to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, in the matter of speaking. Seating areas for enjoying a snack or refreshment will also be incorporated into the new design. This allows the area to become more of just a passing through area, but an actual area for even locals to come and enjoy their lunchtime, weekends, sit down, relax, congregate, and catch up with good friends, old friends, parliamentarians, ministers. We can also meet and enjoy a coffee. Proposed Phillipsburg marketplace, then some other pictures from the inside. Comfortable space for all the vendors to display and store their items, which avoids unsightly storage, easy operations for vendors, all while keeping an open concept and a relaxed feel for the shoppers. There's a central meeting area also proposed behind the courthouse with a fountain, some seating, some nice green area, which will have a nice water feature, green area seating. There's also a restroom already in place, so that will be a good spot to put that. The Sint Maarten Tourist Bureau is also busy finalizing a digital map of Phillipsburg, which this area would also be a nice area to have displayed so that, you know, people can find their way around and move on. The ashtrays and the bins that I proposed are ash trash is what they call them. Ashtray on the top, bin on the bottom from all four sides. There's also possibilities on these garbage bins for advertising, different things which will help keep maintenance up. The concrete university-style park benches, which are little to low maintenance, very heavy. They won't be flying around with the hurricane. They won't be moved off of the sidewalk for people to park by people that want to park, eliminating the ugly cones that we see at the present time. Additional generated revenues from some of the projects that we are looking at implementing, like the mooring balls and different other avenues. Hopefully they will generate sufficient funds to also do a phase 2, which I have shown in this, which is the bus terminal, which is a real necessity for the public transport as well as for the tourism sector to have a safe and central drop-off for the pickup location. It will create, if you look at the pros, a friendly environment for tour bus and groups and transfers as well as public transportation. It'll better allow a drop-off pickup of prearranged tours and transfers. So additional drop-off for many of the tour buses that we see that leave from the cruise line and do their tour and straight back to the cruise line. This will offer their guests an opportunity to frequent Phillipsburg and to also enjoy the shopping in a nice atmosphere through the marketplace from there and into town with the signage and everything corresponding nicely. Groups can also meet now in downtown rather than just at the cruise ship dock and actually start their adventure from Phillipsburg. So shopping in Phillipsburg first, rather than going to Marigot and doing their shopping first, they can also now shop in Phillipsburg, start from Phillipsburg, and then end back at the cruise line in the end. Some more pros are to regulate the flow of buses and ensure the routes leaving from Phillipsburg are covered. So this is for the public transportation, including before short routes. So Point Blanche, Soccer Garden, they are not part of the public transportation routes now. It is an issue because our population do work in Point Blanche. They do come from Soccer Garden. They have to take gypsies. It helps to eliminate these things. There's also possibility of new routes. For example, anyone coming from Marigot and maybe working in Point Blanche, they can take a bus from Marigot to Phillipsburg and then connect from Phillipsburg to Point Blanche seamlessly through the bus terminal. It will also help the frequency, seeing that buses that people actually need sometimes. We wait on a bus to go to St. Peter's in Phillipsburg, and we see 8 buses back-to-back passing, all saying Maho, all saying Marigot, and you have not seen one yet for St. Peter's. This would kind of create how do I say? It would help to better assign buses when they're leaving the bus terminal, not that we're assigning routes to anyone, but when they pull out, that the bus would go to a particular route, and the next one will not go to the same route, and you know that we have all covered. The challenges to the budget execution, liquidity constraints and bureaucratic processes affects our ability to stick to financial commitments. Key projects and opportunities are being delayed. Lack of in-house legal expertise, mixed residential areas and noise pollution concerns, limited persons with specific expertise, loss and changes of staff. Impact of the budget costs, insufficient funds to hire an external consultants to assist with necessary specific research when in-house staff transitions out. Redirecting of the funds could lead to the Labor Force Survey 2023 not being completed in the same period as previous years. The Met Office lacks new equipment for operations and training, reduction in number of street fairs to promote the SME development, tourism, the reduction in the number of sales, actions, trade shows, and cooperative marketing campaigns. Other matters, the staff development and capacity building, change in organizational structure, trainings, inspection department, law enforcement training, licensing department, training of staff to be all-rounded administrators, training and improvement of the processes, the Met Office, the training of the staff members to be forecasters, policy department, training on economic modeling and forecasting, staff and tourism stakeholders, training on heritage, culture, and history, statistics department, national accounts training and data analysis and data mapping training, general training, language development, Dutch and English, Microsoft Essentials, report writing, and critical thinking. So my conclusion, due to the limited budget, the ministry will focus on organizational improvements. Ministry will focus on revision of policies. So the residential economic policy, for example, beach and vending policies, moratoriums, automation and streamlining of business processes. This depends still on the ICT department. Collaboration and synchronization of policies with other ministries, especially VROMI, justice, etc. Active enforcement, including multidisciplinary control, justice, KPSM, VROMI, and VSA. Data gathering, collaborating, producing, and updating. Address the development dilemmas. Hiring of key staff members, legal, legislative, statistic, policy advisors, etc. I would like to thank my staff and cabinet, all staff throughout the ministry that have assisted with this preparation of the budget presentation shown today. Your continued support is very much appreciated. And thank you for your attention and time, MPs. This was my budget debate for 2023 presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for your presentation. I now give the floor to the Prime Minister and Minister of General Affairs, Ms. Jacobs. You have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, my fellow members of the Council of Ministers, honorable members of Parliament, Secretaries General, members of all support staff recording or listening in at this point to be able to record and answer questions, ladies and gentlemen, people of St. Maarten, good afternoon. Mr. Chairman, in my opening remarks during several meetings of Parliament held over the years, I've reminded this august body and the people of St. Maarten of my guiding principle as Prime Minister. Mr. Chairman, today I would like to repeat that principle, which is to build a St. Maarten as a country affording maximum growth where families at the core of our society, and it's strengthened to teach values, character, integrity based on love of self, love of fellow man, thereby motivating each person to contribute to the development of self, community, and St. Maarten. It remains a thread of continuity for me, Mr. Chairman, and is core to the vision of the National Development Vision, our governing program, and of the Ministry of General Affairs. It is what we all strive for as individuals, families, communities, and country. I'm encouraged by the massive turnout of volunteers across our community to give back by giving their time and efforts to help others over the weekend, to give to the most vulnerable in our society. It is a great effort to get the entire country moving in this manner, giving, but I would also like to challenge each of us to see ourselves as lifelong volunteers, not just for 2 days out of the year, but seeking ways in which to give back in whatever way we can throughout the year. It is a life-changing experience, Mr. Chairman, for those who are on the receiving end as well as for those who give. Let us continue to be the change we want to see in St. Maarten and the world. Let us continue as a community to take care of self, take care of others, and take care of our community, and do our part collectively as government, parliament, business community, civil society, and each of us individually to make St. Maarten as great as she can be. 2022, Mr. Chairman, was a year of continued recovery from the pandemic and allowed me in my capacity as Prime Minister the opportunity on several occasions to represent St. Maarten as a small island developing state at the international level, bringing awareness of the status of St. Maarten and the Dutch Caribbean's plight of not having access to concessionary financing and the development funds for the needed achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, especially those related to climate change and sustainable development and the preservation of our environment. This awareness has assisted us in negotiations and discussions with our Kingdom partners as we forwarded our agenda for financial sustainability And as we continue to do so in discussions right now on the way forward with our loans, as well as in our ability to access funding in the Netherlands previously not available to the islands. My participation in conferences such as EarthX, the High-Level Political Forum on the SDGs at the UN, and the UN General Assembly, where I was able to speak at various events, including early warning systems, the Women's Roundtable Conference, financing for SIDS related to climate change, among others, afforded Sint Maarten a seat at a table as a small island developing state where policies are actually being written. And now taking into consideration that there are SIDS within the Caribbean like us who are connected to a big EU donor but are unable to finance much needed sustainability or sustainable development projects. The slide that is on the screen right now will be explaining the points that I'll be covering in my presentation. And I will start right now with the mission and vision of the Ministry of General Affairs. The vision being building a strong, unified, decisive, and multi-pillar country that will improve the confidence and trust of the government within the community, increase community well-being, and develop a cohesive and strategic government apparatus. To do so, we will achieve the national vision by utilizing the policy-based budgeting system, which will enable the ministry to achieve tangible results with the following long-term strategic ambitions and policy priorities. Some of the key achievements over 2022 is related to the launch of the National Development Vision. This started with action since 2012 with government gaining the support of United Nations Development Program, UNDP, and embarking on the journey towards a development plan, a national development plan for Sint Maarten. It was a very lengthy process with the participation of people through social dialogue, polling of residents, stakeholder sessions, and public awareness of, for example, the Sustainable Development Goals. Sint Maarten, like any other small island developing state, is faced with many challenges, such as vulnerability to exogenous economic shocks, a fragile land and marine ecosystem sustainability, and the adverse effects of climate change, such as rising sea levels, to which over the last 5 years, Sint Maarten has endured significant challenges and devastating damage as a result of the hurricanes of 2017 and in 2020, the effects of COVID-19 pandemic. Unless we systematically address these in a coherent manner, these challenges will continue to threaten and undermine the social and economic development of our island. Therefore, the NDV, Growing Stronger Together, consists of 3 themes: a united and compassionate Sint Maarten, 2, a strong and resilient economy, and 3, a safe, secure, decisive, and independent nation. The 3 themes are broken down into 25 national goals, which support the overall intent and commitment to work together as a people to achieve the national vision, to transform Sint Maarten into a compassionate, strong, and decisive country, which will be economically resilient and capable of independently sustaining its own development, providing an enhanced quality of life and well-being for generations to come, and in fact be inclusive in that. As such, the general picture of the envisioned future of Sint Maarten is a resilient community of well-educated and productive people, socially, economically sustainable, safe, and secure, where justice and integrity prevail while building a strong, unified, and viable economy. This is the first such national development vision for Sint Maarten, created by the people of Sint Maarten, and so therefore it guides our development in a coordinated and combined manner, emanating inclusivity. It now serves as the basis for the prioritization of all our reforms and should permeate the planning, the programming, legislation, and policies throughout government and therefore all our ministries. Point 2, implementing of the policy-based budgeting. This was to combine the result-based management tool and the requirements of the Ontwerplandsverordening to create a practical management tool to monitor efficiency and effectiveness of the ministry. This has been one of the main points that I have been focused on over the past years, and having a tool to do so is key to being able to measure the growth in this area. So, recognizing that we're working toward impacts and outcomes instead of just the output levels requires a complete mind shift. Therefore, this is a process that we have to go through and will lead to positive changes over a period of time. Nevertheless, the first steps have been taken, and based on that, the four impacts that we are focused on as general affairs are improved confidence and trust by the community in the government, which is budgeted at over 36 million, which is 46% of our ministry's budget. Impact 2, increased community wellness, is only 1,000 guilders budgeted, so not a big percentage. Impact 3, strengthen cohesive and strategic government apparatus, 763,000, about 1% of the budget. And the largest component, Impact 4, operations that are effective and efficient, that would lead to 42 million improvement, 53% of our ministry's budget. So 42 million would be affected. The budget would be used to do that. Operations that are effective and efficient. While you may see that impacts 2 and 3 are not costing government much money, however, there are more intangible impacts that the ministry will continue to foster through its achievements in impacts 1 and 4. So some things just rely persons' input and not necessarily more investments. Point 3 would be the trust fund projects. As you know, the NRPB, as executing agency of our trust fund, falls under my authority as Prime Minister. With this authority and responsibility, I function as the main contact point for all of the projects among the various ministries. At times, I'm called upon to act as intermediary, mediator, and sometimes negotiator between the various ministries, the World Bank and the NRPB, as well as the Netherlands, who are partners in these projects, to ensure the continuity of the projects, as well as commitment and reinforce the commitment of Sint Maarten to continue with the projects and ensure that we are leading in the projects. All our partners rely on good communication and are willing to continue to do business. In fact, they have grown in confidence in doing business with Sint Maarten over the past couple of years. And so we are able to encourage and cultivate a spirit of collaboration, professionalism, and country above self ideology that has inadvertently led to the NRPB far exceeding its Caribbean counterpart in the execution of its project development outcomes. Some 9 out of 10 projects, as has been evaluated by the World Bank, have received moderate to satisfactory risk rating. And as project implementation organization of the government of Sint Maarten, they continue to ensure that Sint Maarten's priorities and interests are leading in all projects. Through these collaborations, our local expertise has grown exponentially from a project management perspective, especially at international levels, especially in our adherence to environmental and social safeguards. We have moved from being an emergency fund clearly to being a development fund, especially seeing the extension of the fund until 2028 to ensure the execution of all the projects. We meet biannually in steering committee to discuss the progress. We receive regular reports as well, and these all help us to remain on track. The reconstruction of key infrastructure, hospital, airport, homes, schools, shelters, the progress in waste management, the initial and continued support that was done for income support, the promotion of entrepreneurship, digitalization, and all others contribute to the 4 components under which this fund was set up: strengthening the institutional framework and operational capacity for recovery and reconstruction, and mainstreaming of resilience in investments, component 2, program management and administration activities, component 3, project implementation support, component 4, implementation of a recovery, reconstruction, and resilience program. I will continue to ensure that all these projects within the fund are executed sustainably maintained and planned for within our own budgets when the time comes, and that the investment of reflows which come from interest and loan repayments are properly managed as we move forward. We have also progress on structural reform measures. We continue to provide support to all the other ministries to incorporate the reform measures and develop activities on one national plan under the NDV. The country package hold measures on structural reforms and restructuring of government in the area of financial control and cost effectiveness of the public sector, taxes, financial sector, economic reforms, health, education, and the strengthening the rule of law. They cannot be seen in isolation, however, from our own developmental priorities. As a matter of fact, synchronizing all of our government's programs and projects is paramount, and we are indeed in a balancing act between the projects running within the trust fund as well as those running within our country package of reforms. In some cases, we are even collaborating to be able to fast-track either or of the projects in whichever of the two we are running. For general affairs, the focus since the start of the reforms have been on the public sector reforms, a major program focused on improving the executive power of the public sector to enable the organization to implement all development, reform programs, and projects. We have executed an employee satisfaction and exit survey to gain insight into why so many civil servants are leaving the government organization with the objective to strengthen government's capacity. This survey was conducted earlier this year in Q1, and over 700 civil servants participated. This week, the first reports will be presented, and based on the recommendations, projects will be implemented to improve the working environment and/or conditions to improve the overall image and attractiveness of government as an employer. Related to the objectives of the study, research was done to gain insight into the labor market position of government as well. The benchmark research has been conducted in which the labor conditions of government has been compared to that of the private sector. The report is final and will be compared to results of the employee satisfaction and exit survey. The outcome of all these research projects are expected to support each other and support government in making the necessary changes. Another project aimed to improve the public sector is the research gain insight into the structure of government, a review, to determine if the current structure might cause challenges and hinder us from being effective as a government. This in light of the digitalization of government and its services, and knowing that the financial reforms will have an effect on functions as well as the formations. The research proposal has been written and will be presented to COM for decision making. Also related to the effectiveness of government is the project aimed to strengthen the legislative power of government. A review has been done and recommendations have been brought forward. Government is now working on the plan based on these recommendations. In addition, as general affairs, we're also focused on improving our housing policy for offices. So that is also being studied and will be presented to the Council of Ministers this month, the action plan for such. We have also moved on with the removal of the salary cuts of 12.5%, as was already mentioned. Civil servants and semi-public entity workers will now receive all the secondary benefits they were accustomed to prior to the implementation of the temporary cuts. Also achieved during 2022 was the establishment of the Advisory Committee on Slavery Atonement and Reparations. This has been shared with the Parliament, but I can shortly mention that the task of the ACSAR committee will be to monitor, provide advice, solicited or unsolicited, on the topic, as well as directives to working groups that they will establish, develop an atonement, reparations development and implementation plan called the Plan of Approach, advise, oversee, coordinate, monitor, and evaluate on the implementation of the AXAR development plan in collaboration with government and/or relevant representatives of government, and establish the AXAR Foundation on behalf of government of St. Maarten. The committee will also be tasked to collaborate with the government to host panel discussions, roundtable conferences, and other public engagements with similar goals. After consultation and with internal and external stakeholders, the advisory committee will, within 90 days of its establishment, present a plan of approach for their internal working order, processes, vision, mission, and proposed scope of work, and within 6 to 12 months, a position paper on the way forward towards responding to the apology and what reparatory justice means and looks like for St. Maarten and her people, which will be presented to the Council of Ministers and Parliament. Last on this list is the discontinuation of the Coho Kingdom Law. The list of achievements I'm presenting is but the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the executed actions that the ministry is undergoing day to day over 2022, but it goes without saying that this achievement could not go unsaid, as it played such a huge role, especially taking into consideration the fulfillment of the wishes of this Parliament when it comes to the proposed Coho legislation that was initially put before us under the previous Dutch administration in 2020. After many negotiations, revisions, and advice from various legal entities about the unfeasibility of this law, and finally, after the critical review by all 4 parliaments, it was agreed that the Kingdom Law establishing the Coho would not be necessary to see the implementation of the country package measures. This was reasonably clear since August of 2022. However, it was finally announced after our 4-country consultation of January. The conclusion of the meetings confirmed the value of partnership with our Dutch counterparts for the sustainable growth of St. Maarten. And for that, I must say we have been very much in the lead, ensuring that we move forward as 3 island countries together. The top-down approach and higher supervision imposed by the previous administration, which was the foundation of the Coho Kingdom Law, was not beneficial for the kingdom on the whole. We agreed that the TWO would remain as an entity, supporting the countries with the implementation of the packages, and with each country being in the lead of its own reforms. I can say that with certainty, our country packages are being underpinned, as mentioned earlier, under the umbrella of the National Development Vision and being executed via the theory of change into actionable steps directly linked to our NDV. This way, we have ensured that St. Maarten remains in the driver's seat when it comes to our reforms. Since the 4-country consultation, we have taken the time on a technical level to draft the mutual agreement or finalize, tweak, because we'd had a proposal on table since August. And this newer version gives guidelines as to how the relationship will be governed between the TWO and the countries, codifying the current procedures. So basically putting pen to paper as to how we were already doing things, tweaking where necessary. We also agreed on a procedural document to fine-tune the details. Must say that I'm elated that I'm able to host the meeting here where that was officially removed and where we continue now forward on more fair footing. Other noteworthy achievements within the Ministry of General Affairs, some I will mention under the Fire Department. Several trainings have taken place for firefighters, including training them as trainers. The function book is also finalized and is going before the CCSU, and the cooperation agreement between the islands, the CAS and the BEST Islands, renewal of the cooperation agreement to be able to assist each other, especially during disasters and other incidents, as well as continuous trainings and certification on that level. The Department of Communications, also in the area of disaster management, have upgraded their Gov Radio so that we're able to have the necessary redundancy. This upgrade was needed to ensure that during times of disaster, we can function and continue to function. The critical focus of DCOM in 2022 established a work group for digitizing its historical archives These pertain also to historical tapes from the Island Council period as well. This is a continuous process which will continue into 2023. Also in 2023, the media accreditation policy was republished and will go into effect once the appeal committee has been established. Under the Department of Interior and Kingdom Relations, through the resembled projects, we have in 2022 taken an assertive approach with this envelope to develop successful program key projects, securing EU fundings for early warning systems, which will be further elaborated on, the Office of Disaster Management as well, and the single-use plastic project. These three were via RESEMBID. The Department of Foreign Affairs continue with their high-level engagements on international levels, pushing Sint Maarten's economic priorities and maintaining relationships necessary to achieve our goals. Especially paramount is our relationship with Sint Maarten, our northern partners, the quadripartite meeting, the annual occurring meeting between the two sides of the island, the Netherlands and France, will be convened for the first time in 5 years during this summer. There are 16 outlined areas of cooperation between the two sides, and the intention is to add to these justice, education and sports, health and aviation. There are monthly meetings between both governments, and more so on the political and technical level. And even more so on the technical level. This includes discussions on the border demarcation, and the agreement on this is in its final stages, awaiting approval by all parties. This is important as it lays to rest any uncertainty about said border, which is important in assessing the future development needs of our country. Other policy priorities for 2023 under the Department of BOC are utilization of the SG platform as the overall management structure for the country package and reform measures and support of all ministries. Also, continuous implementation of the projects on the RESEMBID, the disaster risk management policy under Measure A5, ensuring that we also have a disaster risk financing strategy in place so that future shocks can be prevented. Of course, continuing the National Development Vision as well. Then we have Public Service Center, continuing the digital transformation of government, as well as the Public Service Center Improvement Plan. Under the Department of Civil Registry, we will continue with the digitalization project, which is a scanning project, which has taken a lot of investment and extra man hours to reorganize our archives and ensure that we can be able to identify all the documents therein, as well as cleaning up of the PIVA system to ensure trustworthy information. Fire Department, also with disaster management and digitalization of internal records for inspection, reports, and advices, as well as creating the Extended Emergency Operations Center and Office for Disaster Management, personnel storage, office space, and extra garage space. This is part of our NRPB Trust Fund projects as well. The Department of Information and Records, that we know as DIV, is also in the process of digitizing its documents and automating the documentary information provision process. This is also under the digitalization project funded through the Trust Fund. The launch of the archive digitization project is planned for this quarter, 2023. Under further policy priorities for 2023, we have the refinancing of our loans, which is part of the Kingdom Relations discussion for 2023. I think I mentioned that briefly. We are still, as a country, lobbying for debt cancellation and or a combination of that and debt swap. Although the Netherlands has indicated or are not as willing to go into that discussion, we will make our proposal and continue in the negotiations, as we know that this has the support of our Parliament as well. And we are also busy planning for a Kingdom Conference 2023, the creation of a platform on Kingdom level that allows for political discussion and potential decision-making on subjects that are broader in scope than what is currently falling under basic CAR purview. And we're seeing that constantly, where there's a mixture of things that are falling under foreign affairs, basic CAR, etc., including the slavery discussion, climate change, human rights, and others, including, of course, the Kingdom Charter itself. I mentioned briefly already the Committee for Slavery Atonement and Reparations. And lastly, electoral reform has been much debated since 2014. However, we will be looking at listening to the people, acting, and then implementing changes. So we're still busy trying to get that first public engagement going while studying documents that already exist, including proposals that have been made by Parliament to ensure we are moving forward with the will of the people at the forefront. Any and all short-term changes that can be made will be, and what needs to be done in the medium and long term will be properly planned as well. We go to the income generating measures. There is finalization of the plan for the revamping of our parking lot, which should see continued improvement in income, the implementation of other cost cutting and effective spending within government continue under some of the B measures, which includes addressing some of our HR and operational matters on the P&O. Several of the B measures are covered therein, as well as optimization of our facilities, services, and ensuring cost-effective and efficiency there as well. We have had SOAB do several studies, and now we have signed on for them to execute a change management that will see more of what we have been expecting from facilities management over the past years. Reorganization of our ICT department is also part of the process, which will bring some cost-effective measures. And we see that in addition to the ICT department, several other departments have been having trouble attracting qualified personnel. However, ICT more so, and so we have now some serious collaborations taking place. And as we also have their function book coming up for discussion in the CCSU, we hope that the changes there will bring across much needed improvement in the service in supporting the transition to digitalization of government. They are receiving lots of support through the DGTP program, but also through ICTU and other professionals in the area. We now have some temporary workers as well who are assisting. ICT is supporting several of the other ministries, as was mentioned in their presentation, to digitalize their processes, and also working to revamp government's website to improve communication both internally and externally. This is the overall comparison budget between 2022 and 2023. The total 2023 budget is just over 79 million, 16% of total government budget. Compared to 2022, there was a small increase of 3%, namely the disaster budget, the SLAs and contract budget at Facility Services Department, the St. Maarten Postal Service financial aid budget, and of course, as of 2023, we are expected to pay into the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility, known as CRIF, that was recently, or for the past few years, paid through the NRPB. Overall, the budget income has remained constant as the ministry managed to generate 74% also of its budgeted amount. Even though we have also budgeted for investments that were direly needed over the past years, no funds were made available for such in 2022, and we anticipate making investment in 2023 with the approval of this draft budget. Under revenues, we see the income budgeted, the actuals for 2022, as well as what is budgeted for 2023. We do not have the figures yet for what may be invested or subsidized for the country packages, but as you can see, it's more along the same lines as it was in 2022. In the expenses per economic category, the Ministry of General Affairs is faced with many challenges. The financial constraints help aid with these challenges, and the budget has therefore not increased significantly over the years, despite the increase in prices and government apparatus. As a ministry, we have looked into the matter and have identified some areas that need restructuring. As mentioned, we're working with SOAB with a change management trajectory for facility services and other areas as well to tackle overspending. Based on the numbers presented, ministry has stayed within its budgeted amount, but we feel there is much more we can do to provide efficient and effective service, as well as timely payment of invoices to the public and our vendors. These are the projected capital investments for 2023. Much needed investment in ICT as well as in vehicles. In conclusion, I would like to mention that the ministry continues to strive to be an effective and efficient one. We are a work in progress and doing our best to ensure the well-being of our employees, to improve the working atmosphere, and well as the support and service to all other ministries and the public. And we're actively working within the limits of our human resources, so the limits of actual persons working. So I want to thank them, each one of them, for the hard work that they put in, sometimes for 2 people, as well as the capital needed at times and the time to be able to implement the needed changes to bring sustainable and impactful actions required to achieve our vision of building a strong, unified, decisive, and multi-pillar country that will improve the confidence and trust of the government within the community, as well increase community well-being and develop cohesive and strategic government apparatus. I would like to take this time to also thank my staff in the cabinet, as well as the Organization of General Affairs, for all the hard work it took to put together the information to share with the public for this Central Committee meeting of the budget debate. Thank you for all your input, and I look forward to the questions.
Thank you, Prime Minister, Minister of General Affairs, for the presentation. Right now, we'll take a 5-minute break for the ministers to swap around, and the first member of Parliament is Sarah Westcott-Williams, who will be taking the floor to ask questions on Minister of Finance. So 5-minute break, and we'll continue after that. Meeting adjourned. Good afternoon and welcome back. As previously decided that the members of parliament will be asking questions in the order which was given as Minister of Finance and then Minister of Spatial Planning and so on. But after discussing with the MPs, it's more convenient to ask questions to all the ministers at one time. So the pattern has been changed a little bit, and as we go, the first person on the speaker is MP Sarah Westcott-Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and a good afternoon to you, Mr. Chairman, a good afternoon to my colleagues, a good afternoon and a word of thanks to the ministers for their presentations on the budget, the draft budget 2023. Good afternoon, St. Maarten. Mr. Chairman, as per the agreement, I want to start with the questions to the Minister of Finance as far as this ministry is concerned. And given a very actual topic, allow me to ask the Minister of Finance pertaining to the Central Bank of Curaçao and Sint Maarten, and my questions go as follows. What's going on with the appointments to the board of the Central Bank of Curaçao and Sint Maarten as recently appeared in the news? Has the minister discussed the matter of digital currencies with the Central Bank of Curaçao and Sint Maarten, or has the minister received anything from the Central Bank of Curaçao and Sint Maarten regarding such? Has the Minister of Finance written to the Central Bank of Curaçao and Sint Maarten regarding the motion of Parliament as far as it pertains to the Mullet Bay property? Does the minister have the report regarding dollarization as per the country package, and how does this jive with the intended introduction of the Caribbean Guilder? On the topic of the country packages and the proposed mutual agreement, why are there reductions compared to the year 2022? For example, on page 7, where for 2022 an amount of over 1 million guilders was budgeted, and that does not appear in 2023. What is the content of the mutual agreement to be signed? I take note of the fact that the Prime Minister briefly alluded to this mutual agreement, but let it be recorded, Mr. Chairman, that I have a letter of about more than a month regarding this matter and asking of the Prime Minister whether some critical elements are taken up in this proposed mutual agreement, such as oversight by the Parliament, such as having a escape clause, in other words, when would it come to an end, etc., etc. Coming back to the issue of funding for the country package and to the Minister of Finance, is there any Dutch funding for country package items in 2023? If so, which? And what funds did the Dutch government contribute to the country package in 2022? So actually contribute, and for what projects? Tax reform has, as the minister informed Parliament recently, has the Council of Ministers now decided on the plan that was presented, taking Parliament's observations into consideration? If so, what is the decision of the Council of Ministers on the proposed tax reform framework? And is the proposed visitors' entry tax to go towards the social funds? Under the chapter of Parliament, the travel expenses of Parliament have been reduced with 450,000 guilders. Is this based on Parliament's budget? And secondly, what were the actuals under this post for 2022? The Council of Advice salaries have been reduced with 25%. Please explain. The security service of St. Maarten, the salaries have been reduced with 10%. Please explain. There is a budget for disasters of 3.5 million guilders. Is this a reserve? And do we actually put this money aside from year to year? The vacation allowance for 2022 is scattered all over the budget in the columns for 2022. Please explain how this is being administrated. The agreement for the Smart Learn via Coursera is for 182,000 guilders. Can the agreement with Coursera be provided? Is it still ongoing, and is the $100,000 a yearly fee? Explain more in depth the increase projected for taxes based on the economic growth and GDP growth. For example, the income tax is now estimated to be 4.8 million guilders in 2023, up from 600,000 in 2022. So, explain how that increase relates to the economic growth and the growth in GDP. The excise taxes on fuel in 2023 is budgeted for 8 million compared to an amount collected in 2021 of 13 million. Please explain the budgeted amount of 8 million. The 3 million guilders projected revenue based on the lottery ordinance, please elucidate and explain the amount of 3 million. Is the minister any further with his assessment of these lottery booths? Is the minister aware of SAR's advice regarding same? And what is government's overall position? The 7.2 million guilders estimated for the collection of casino fees is based on what? And what is CFT's constant proposal for a casino tax? What exactly is that? What are they proposing? How much outstanding has been paid since the last update? And are the outstanding only fees or salaries of controllers as well? There is a projected collection of 5 million guilders for Airbnb. What is the basis for the 5 million guilders? The so-called tourist tax or visitors tax is budgeted for 10 million guilders. Based on what is this amount calculated? Government's dividend policy has been shared with the government-owned companies, it is said in the budget. Please provide this policy, this dividend policy of government. Are there any changes expected with the vehicle inspection for a budget increase that goes from 34,000 guilders to 480,000? And what was actually collected for vehicle inspection in 2022? Did the harbor and GEBE actually pay their concession fee in 2022? And if so, did they pay it for the full amount? Can the ministry provide an overview of the medical cost for civil servants to explain the reduction in the OZR and medical assistance budget? Have discussions on debt refinancing with the Netherlands started? And what exactly is car tax proposal if it has already been received? Are the ministers' cars going to be replaced in 2023? Do not the ministers at this time have new cars? Under the capital expenditures, so the CapEx for 2023, when and how will approval be given? Will it be per project? And what steps are to be taken? I now go over to the next ministry, which is the Ministry of Romy. The Nature Policy Plan, as publicized, I ask again the question like I did in a previous meeting, when will Parliament officially receive this plan? What is the status of the so-called Great Bay Beach Hotel property? The minister in his presentation alluded to the issue with the cemeteries, that we face a shortage of land as far as the burial is concerned. Are there any urgent plans for upkeep, especially of the Coolsack Cemetery? The Clem La Vega Square parking. I actually had a question here for the Minister of Romy, but I see that the Minister of Tiat has a quite elaborate plan, so I'll come to that under that ministry as well. Because my question to the Minister of Romy would have been, what is the status of improvements and development of this so-called block area, including the old government building, former post office, lot, etc., etc. In the budget is referred to, as far as road maintenance is concerned, multi-annual contracts. And I ask, what is the multi-annual contract for road maintenance and with whom? The contract with GEBE for street lighting has been cut. So what are the plans for street lights in 2023? The district maintenance contracts have been reduced with 1 million guilders. What is the cost of the multi-annual contracts for this work? The budget for cemeteries has been cut with 78%. Hence my previous question as to how the urgent upkeep that needs to take place to the Coolsack Cemetery, how will that take place? And is the minister aware of the state of this burial location? Removal of CAREX in the budget has been slashed drastically. Will the plans for removal of CAREX continue, and if so, how to be paid for? Contracts for garbage collection compared to 2022 has been reduced with 25% to 6.7 million guilders. Please explain and provide an overview. Also explain the cuts for the management of the dump and landfills with approximately 58%. The sewage plant has been cut with 43%. So what about the management contract for that? Can the minister explain the grid market report, apparently, which according to press releases have been received, and what is the relation to St. Maarten's energy plan? Are there any beautification plans for the hill where the flag is flown on the Colby Hill? And what is the agreement pertaining to this area? My next ministry, Mr. Chairman, would be the Ministry of Justice. Minister of Justice, the electronic monitoring for 2023 has been put on nil. The support service has been put on nil in 2023. Can this be explained? A reference in the presentation by the Minister of Justice pertaining to legislation stated to amend the police ordinance in connection with the ban on plastic bags. Can the minister explain what amendment needs to take place where this plastic bag ban is concerned? The police salaries in the budget have been reduced with 16% and overtime with 70%. How does this jive? Does not the police overtime need to be reinstated as it was before the 12.5% cuts? What is the basis for overtime paid to police officers at this time? In 2023, a retroactive of 2.5 million guilders is estimated, still under the justice budget, up from 2.3 million in 2022. Where are these numbers derived from? Why was no payment made in 2022? And when will the 2023 payout be made? And what is the holdup? Is this the payout that is being referred to, according to news releases, that should be made before the 31st or by the 31st of March And will that happen? Overtime for prison staffers has been reduced with 58%. How will the service be guaranteed with the lack of staff and the cutting of overtime? What is the current agreement, if it has been changed, for inmates that are presently in the Netherlands as projected in the budget? The salaries of the custom has been cut with approximately 500,000 guilders. Can this be explained? And can the Coast Guard budget for Sint Maarten and Sint Maarten shares therein also be explained? There is a reduction in the Executive Protection Unit. Can that be explained compared to 2022? Is the minister aware of the Sint Maarten needs assessment on migration governance? And have there been any steps taken based on this assessment? Now I go over to ECYS. To the Minister of ECYS. Minister, both our institutions of higher learning, so in other words, the University of St. Maarten as well as NIPA, budgets have been cut. Explain why and provide the proposed budgets by these institutions themselves. So what did the institutions request for 2023? And why have their budgets been cut? Minister of ECYS, thank you for your reference to the issue of dance as a performance, especially by our youth, and the different institutions that provide that training. But Minister, the amount has been cut with 50%, and the 200,000, which was already hardly enough for all of the institutions mentioned, is now at 100,000. Can you explain government's priority and the cut? The Monument Fund has been cut with 44%. Can the minister and the ministry explain how that is considered a priority and still cut with 44%? On the matter of the 1 tablet per child, what is the status? So how many got? How many are yet to get? Apparently there's a plan to privatize the Department of Public Education. What exactly is that plan? What does it entail? What are the steps to be taken? The when, the how? I saw in the presentation of the Minister of ECYS that the Charles Leopold Bell School will be rebuilt. Does the minister have any other information regarding the rebuilding of this school? Which, what, how? Are there plans for it already? And if so, can these be shared? Minister, I saw that you, through the chairperson of Parliament, that you expect a slight increase in the revenue based on the cinema ordinance. Minister, you might be aware, I hope you are, of the fact that currently in Parliament, the issue of the cinema ordinance is being discussed. There is a proposal to amend this by a member of Parliament. So I would like to know the minister's view on the whole matter of the cinema ordinance, which the ministry expects to receive a slight increase this year. Minister, you reference in your budget and elucidation to a language policy. Is this a general language policy? And if it's a general language policy, what is the premise of the language policy of the ministry / the government? In this context, is the ministry aware, as far as language policies are concerned, of 2 motions passed unanimously in Parliament regarding a research to elevate the English language to a position of preference amongst the 2 official languages? And then the next ministry is the one of VSA. To the Minister of VSA, again, the general health insurance. And of course, I saw the release by the ministry that the general health insurance will be introduced in 2024, January 2024, as per the ministry's announcement. And so my question is, what are the exact steps to be taken towards the implementation in January 2024 of the general health insurance? And what about those who are falling between the cracks in the meantime, between the cracks for medical insurance? And is the ministry aware of the differentiation as far as medical insurance is concerned when we talk about promoting micro, small, and medium enterprise, that while a director of an NV can fall under the current insurance, a sole proprietor cannot. These are the persons I'm referring to when I ask about those who are currently falling between the cracks. Minister, some years ago, there was a proposal in Parliament to address these issues ahead of the general health insurance, where hopefully all of these matters will be dealt with. Still under the Ministry of VSA, the transitional shelter in Sucker Garden. Does the minister have any reports on the shelter? How is it going? Are the objectives of the shelter being met in terms of assisting persons to leave the shelter and continue on their own? What are the most recent reports of this shelter? The medical care, so medical assistants and government workers, total 50 million guilders, and this has been reduced. Can an overview be provided of the cost that warranted a reduction in the payment of the OZR? Again, can an overview be provided that warranted a reduction in the OZR? Does the ministry have a policy of some sort on medical schools? And if they do, can this be shared? Is there a functional council for public health as per the budget? Is there functional tripartite consultation as per the budget? With unemployment for 2023 projected at 9.5%, how is it explained, how can it be explained that we expect to collect more from work permits? In other words, that there would be more requests for work permits. So how does that relate in the view of the ministry with the unemployment figure on St. Maarten? Does the minister have an up-to-date youth unemployment number? Ministry of TIAT. To the Minister of TIAT, my questions, of course, were made before your presentation today. But what I did note, that while there are many plans in the presentation that deal with Philipsburg, the small Philipsburg revitalization budget has been cut with 50%. And then I had asked, before I saw the presentation, please provide an update, including on the marketplace, Philipsburg Marketplace, as per my written questions, to which I have not received any answers. But then I took note of what the minister presented, and the minister, correct me if I misunderstood how you plan to go about the improvements at the Philipsburg Marketplace. So, from your presentation, I learned that the Royal Caribbean Group has made a commitment of approximately 600,000, just over 600,000 guilders. My question was, this commitment is just based on them giving us this money, or is there some agreement about this commitment? Because from the presentation of the minister, I get the impression that it is not a hard commitment. So the minister is saying that the amount in the budget for the festival village, I believe it is called, or the something village, for 600 and something thousand guilders, that's in the local budget, and the minister is going to use that to fix the marketplace, the vendors' marketplace. Did I understand, through you, Mr. Chairman, the question correctly? So we have a commitment, not a hard one, by Royal Caribbean for the vendors' market here, but the minister would prefer to take the money which is in the budget. Mind you, Minister, we had taken the Phillipsburg Marketplace out of the budget because Royal Caribbean would have financed it. So now we have one for the village, and we're going to use that 676 something thousand guilders, and we're going to do the Phillipsburg Marketplace. That's what I understood from the presentation by the minister. And if I am wrong, I stand to be corrected, and I would like to hear the correct view of the minister. There is an amount for lottery oversight for 200,000 guilders. What exactly is this lottery oversight? And rather than trying to stem the growth, we're just adding in the budget the oversight. So let it grow, and we would just oversee it based on the oversight for lottery. So could you explain that, Minister? I also saw the minister's reference in his presentation to the population census. There was a pilot census as well. I believe that one has been completed. What has the ministry learned, if anything, from the pilot census? Unfortunately, statistical research has been cut with 1 million guilders. According to the country package, there was supposed to be a peer review done on our statistical department. Has that been done, and what were the results? In December 2022, the government published its investment policy and diversification strategy. I would like to know which objectives specifically from the investment policy and diversification are reflected in the budget 2023. I hear the minister refer to completing the EDC structure, which makes me ask what is left to be done, or what is expected to be done to the EDC company and its structure that need to finalize, so-called. The same question that I had for the investment policy and diversification strategy of December 2022, I have for the SME policy of 2021. And I asked to give the specific objectives from this policy that are reflected in the budget 2023. The government also has a policy on agriculture, livestock, and fisheries of December 2022. And in the budget has 175,000 guilders, which, by the way, has been cut. And I asked, what of the policy on agriculture, livestock, and fisheries will the government execute based on the very small budget of 175,000 guilders, which was cut compared to 2022. Can the ministry provide the status on the Gaming Control Board and its budget of 175,000 guilders in the budget 2023? Why has the book fair subsidy been completely scrapped? With the budget now back under the item of Carnival, does that mean that the plans announced last year to put a Carnival on bid have been canceled? And the money budgeted under the item of Carnival in the 2023 budget, will that go to the Sint Maarten Carnival Foundation? Or are the plans to put Carnival out on bid still on the table? My next question was actually, what's the vendor? Oh, this is the name, the Vendors Village. So what exactly is the vendor's village development? And I had asked where, but I saw the presentation. And I had asked what's the status of the Phillipsburg Marketplace and taxi stand. And I see that the minister, again, if I have it wrong, I would like to be corrected. So the money that we have in the budget for the vendor's village development, the ministry is desirous of fixing the Phillipsburg Marketplace. That's what I'm understanding. And I think the minister indicated that from that 600,000 guilders, we can also do the taxi stand. Can this be confirmed that that is correct? The monies related to the projects out here and by the taxi stand, etc. There has been a request for an increase in the bus tariffs, which is at the ministry. Has the ministry made a decision on this increase? Someone was told the increase in the bus tariff is at Parliament. Of course, we know that is not true. It doesn't belong here, it doesn't need to get here. So what is the ministry's position on it? Are there any other plans for the Simpson Bay Lagoon besides the mooring to which the minister referred? Is my question. And then I now go to the Ministry of General Affairs. For the Ministry of General Affairs, we have under electoral reform, 50,000 guilders budgeted. And the Prime Minister in her presentation referred to electoral reform and that she's awaiting some feedback from the population in order to decide how to go forward. This survey apparently was conducted already, and so I asked, does the government have the results of the survey, and what do these results show? I have sent a letter to the Prime Minister asking for her thoughts on electoral reform and the dissolving of Parliament, holding elections, calling elections, and I would ask through the Chairperson of Parliament that the Prime Minister kindly responds to this letter and these queries as part of this budget debate. Legal Affairs, so the Department of Legal Affairs, the budget for legal advice for the Department of Legal Affairs has been cut with 72%. How is this critically understaffed department expected to function? Can the Prime Minister explain the current cabinet staffing policy and budget per ministry? So the current cabinet's staffing policy and budget per ministry. The Integrity Chamber. The Prime Minister and I, via the Parliament of course, have had many exchanges on this matter of the Integrity Chamber, which budget that the Integrity Chamber had asked for over 2 million guilders was reduced with approximately 700,000 guilders. And the Integrity Chamber then responded that they were not able to do their work as they would have liked to because of this reduction. Then I understood from communication from the Prime Minister that somehow internally it was found to take money, I guess, from one post and put it to another post of the Integrity Chamber. So my question is, maintaining the budget for the Integrity Chamber at the cut budget of 2022, how does that affect the work of the Integrity Chamber? So right now, it is again, like it was cut to in 2022, at 1.7 something million. The Sint Maarten Development Fund. has the very same budget, I believe, from when they got started in 2012. Can an overview be provided of what part of the Sint Maarten Development Fund is being financed with a budget of approximately 3.5 million that they received from the government? Because the Sint Maarten Development Fund, their vision is based on especially two sectors, youth and the elderly. And so what from the government's budget can this foundation do? And is any thought being given to the continuation of a program such as the resources for resilient communities that has just financed, distributed 17 projects, I believe it was, for over $1 million guilders. But this money is trust fund money. And by the way, I was quite glad, and it was refreshing to hear the Prime Minister actually give some kudos to the work of the NRPB. And I think I understood the Prime Minister to say that where that kind of fund administration is concerned, we are ahead in the Caribbean. If I misunderstood, I would gladly be corrected if that was the case. But coming back to that, so are we starting to think about how we can continue to support NGOs, SCOs, I mean all of them, when we no longer have the trust fund that will finance the resources for resilient communities or community resilience? I asked the question, the following question to the Minister of Romy as well, but since it's the Prime Minister who made the announcement, I want to ask again, please explain and provide the grid market report and its relation to St. Martin's energy plan. What is meant by the statement that based on this plan now, investors can start to look at, I guess, alternative energy projects and programs? Mr. Chairman, I want to leave it here. I think I have covered all the questions I wanted for the different ministers in this first round of questioning in the Central Committee. I thank you.
Thank you, MP Sarah Westcott-Williams. Who's the next person? Anyone? MP Melissa Gums, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, soon to be good evening to you, my colleagues, the Griffier, the ministers, and those joining us, and the support staff in the Tribune and elsewhere. Mr. Chairman, I will start off in the order. I don't have any questions for the Minister of Finance right now, but for the Minister of Romy, I'll just go straight to those. Minister, through you, Mr. Chairman, could you please provide us an update on all EU infrastructure programs or EU-related infrastructure programs? Regarding those, I mentioned the wastewater treatment plant initiative with the French side, the radar project, finalization of the works in Dutch Quarter. Where are we in terms of finalizing those particular projects? What is the status of any existing court cases against the country and government related to these projects, and how will these existing or pending verdicts impact those very same projects? And what is the co-financing arrangement or the split for the sewage network expansion mentioned in the 27 million gilder Kapitaldienst for the Ministry of Romy? So could the Minister expand on that a bit more, because it just mentioned co-financed by the NRPB and the Netherlands. Moving on to the Minister of Justice. Minister, looking at the ongoing discussions around the legal position of the police force, to which I know that you are working diligently to address, can you indicate if the first payment has been taken up in the budget, and if so, under which budget line item? Because I didn't really see it when I was going through it. And can you indicate if the previous payment of $2 million to the justice workers from the sale of UTS made by your predecessor has been factored into your calculations regarding what still has to be paid out to justice workers. So can you explain then how the figure was calculated? Because it was announced back then as 50% of the total amount owed to the justice workers. So is the remaining 50% not yet paid out, plus or minus any staff changes? I just want to be clear that I fully support our officers receiving the correct amounts due to them. But from a budget impact perspective, I'd just like some clarity on this particular item. Now to the Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sports. Through you, Mr. Chairman, Minister, how much has already been spent on the rebuilding of the Prince William Alexander campus? Does the 1.5 million guilders include the cost of relocating students and equipment? How is this going to affect the progress towards establishing an official special needs school, seeing that the Dr. Alma Fleming Center will then be vacated by Prince William Alexander? There's 500,000 guilders budgeted for development of athletes, but I did find even in the explanatory notes that this could have been better fleshed out. So could the minister share through you, Mr. Chairman, what's the focus of this development trajectory? What sports will these athletes be developed in? For example, will it be basketball, baseball, netball, or those 3+ mixed martial arts, or will it be a different combination? Because we have many sports and many athletes that represent Sint Maarten on a national level, though through no official interaction with the ministry. And if the minister could share, what role does NSI play in the revival of our national sports programs? Recent regional tournaments reveal the need to create a sustainable national team development plan, Minister. So through you, Mr. Chairman, does budget post 43489 with 325,000 guilders in it go towards this plan, if there is one, and if so, could that be shared? Regarding educational reforms, where in the budget is there an allocation for assessing educators and school management? The reforms are listed, so the evaluation of FBE, implementation of special needs, curriculum reform, public education reform, but reforms without knowing a real-life status of our educators' abilities and their development is not realistic. The minister mentioned digital boards, but where are we at right now with regards to teachers being willing and open to use them? And are there going to be any consequences in the event that educators do not want to learn to use these new tools? Because that also has to be considered. The Olympic Federation, Minister through you, Mr. Chair, and the NSI are responsible for the facilitation of various associations that are responsible for the execution of sports on Sint Maarten. Is there any data available for the yearly costs associated with providing support to individual associations, which are many? I believe that allocating 500,000 guilders for the development of athletes without proper official leagues that are housed by federations and the relevant financial requirements being submitted seems a bit ad hoc and counterproductive. As mentioned in the presentation, Minister, one of the 2022 achievements that you listed includes the finalization of the National Decree for Study Financing. What is the timeline for the implementation of this decree, and is there an increase in the amount of funds rewarded to recipients? If yes, is that reflected in the budget post for study financing, which reflects the same amount as the actual spend for 2022? And could you also please share what, if any, plans or programs are being set up to facilitate a bit of an easier process for the students who do apply? I'm sure you have no shortage of complaints regarding how that particular department handles those requests. In the budget post regarding digitalization of education projects and the investment in ICT in education, is there funding that would provide support to the ministry to achieve these tasks? Are there adequate standing structures, such as Ethernet cable infrastructure, stable broadband, Wi-Fi access points, etc., to handle the influx of this new technology? Going back to previous questions I've asked in previous budget debates and discussions, where the digital infrastructure of our schools, is there a map? Is there staff to help roll out these new programs and devices and to train the teachers? Or is it just 1 or 2 or 3 civil servants required to do that? To my understanding, through you, Mr. Chairman, the PDP was kind of highlighted as a program used to give supplemental training to teachers who already meet the qualifications to be a teacher. So, but the presentation was a little confusing because it kind of made it seem as though we're hiring teachers who do not meet the minimum qualification. Is that accurate of me to assume? And if so, why? If not, please explain. Does it put an extra financial strain on the country to continue to supplement the education of teachers who do not have the pre-existing qualifications, so to speak, to be a teacher? And is there any initiative being planned by the ministry to allocate what we all know is a worldwide teacher shortage by encouraging more persons to go into education and ensuring that teachers at the end of the day are making livable wages for preparing the country's next leaders, doctors, lawyers, business people, etc.? Very often it's talked about, Minister, through you, Mr. Chairman, that we will be focusing on sports tourism. It's a market that we don't effectively benefit from due to lack of proper facilities. That's a public secret. The L.B. Scott Sports Auditorium is long overdue for an upgrade, a demolition, a complete revamp. What are the plans for modernizing the auditorium, seeing that it is actually the only viable location to host sporting events where a large audience can be present? Again, thinking of basketball, indoor football, netball, etc., and volleyball for the Prime Minister. Moving on to the Minister of VSR. Mr. Chairman, through you, Mr. Chairman, to the Minister. Minister, in 2020, I sent a request to the SARE via the Prime Minister to investigate the impact of the high volume placement of lottery booths in low-income neighborhoods in Sint Maarten. In the report, which Parliament received just last month, the SARE makes several strong recommendations to government, some related to VSR, others related to your colleague in Finance and TEAT. In your presentation, you mentioned 200,000 guilders for improving the legislation, policy, and regulations for mental health care. With that in mind, I just wanted to ask, has the Ministry of VSR taken note and read the SARE report on the impact of lottery booths in low-income neighborhoods? And has the ministry taken note that the SARE recommended the introduction of legislation to include coverage of care for mental illness within the insurance packages as addiction care that can then be provided by either the Mental Health Foundation or the Turning Point Foundation? And was this taken up then in the budget post regarding improving legislation and policy for mental health, as gambling addiction is a mental health crisis? And through you, Mr. Chair, to the Minister of VSR, the SZV wage cap increase has been in effect since August 2022, I believe. When considering preparing Budget 2023, was any data requested or received from SZV regarding the impact of the increase thus far? For example, a comparison of how much was received as premiums and how much was paid out for claims. And to the Minister of TEAT. Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the Minister of TEAT. Minister, in the same SARE report I mentioned in my questions to Minister VSR, there were multiple recommendations that directly require and impact the Ministry of TEAT. I know that your predecessor's predecessor had begun paying some attention to some of the confusion that the SARE highlights in government's current approach to the gambling industry. So I have the following questions. Have you, Minister, read the SARE report and taken note of the issues they highlight regarding discrepancies in legislation and policy related to the gambling industry, in particular the lotteries? What is the Minister's opinion, through you, Mr. Chair, on the SARE recommendation to amend Article 4, Paragraph 3 of the Lottery Ordinance to allow the Ministry of TEAT to request funding from all lottery license holders to contribute to social causes related to awareness and or prevention of gambling addiction? MP Westcott already mentioned the Lottery Oversight Committee in one aspect, but I have some questions regarding that entity, mainly who sits on this committee, how are committee members chosen, and what and how are they paid or otherwise compensated? And finally, to the Minister of TEAT, one of the key priorities in your presentation includes building the bus terminal in Phillipsburg and hoping then to somewhat pseudo-assign routes to the buses, ensuring they go to key areas. However, Minister, you said you can't actually assign routes. So don't you believe then that the resources may be put into a thorough revamp and review of the public transportation system done in collaboration with the Friend side? and not necessarily into building new structures that will most likely not be utilized as you expect or intend, because you mentioned St. Peter's, but you have Sucker Garden, Defiance, Mid-Region that are also woefully underserved by buses, which has led to the gypsy phenomenon that I have to drive behind every day. And one question for the Prime Minister, through you, Mr. Chair. Prime Minister, the NDV was launched in November 2022. And the Department of BAC, as you mentioned, is busy with the implementation of several RESMBID and AU-funded or semi-funded projects focused on the implementation of SDGs. How does the Ministry of General Affairs intend to kind of implement these NDV themes within this projected budget then? And that's it for me for now, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Melissa Gums. The next person I see is MP Solange Duncan. MP Duncan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening to you. Good evening to my colleagues. Good evening to the ministers and their support team, and a good evening to everyone tuned in. I just have a few questions, Mr. Chair. For the Minister of Finance, through you, we have a capacity crisis right now throughout government. Brain drain has always been a phenomenon on our small islands. I believe that it will increase. We also have an issue with persons coming back home and working for government and actually leaving to work in the private sector. So I believe that it's a major crisis. We have seen in this budget, Mr. Chair, major decreases in the personnel budgets across all ministries, or at least multiple ministries. According to the multi-year forecast, there is an expectation of 3% growth annually in personnel costs to meet the demands of the country packages. And so my question is, I'm assuming that the forecast with the increase in those costs relates to revenues coming in. And so I know that the Minister of Finance is quite creative. I want to understand what the plan of approach is to attracting personnel. How are the costs going to increase? It's in the elucidation, it was mentioned that personnel costs will increase over time. I guess maybe it's a question for everyone else. Well, I'll ask that to all of the other ministers then, because with the budget cuts in personnel costs, I was like, okay, but how come the forecast is an increase over the next 3 years? So I'm a little confused about that. To the Minister of Romi, through you, Mr. Chair, again, we see reduced salaries in several departments across the ministry. Can an explanation be given about the plan of approach to increase capacity over the next year? There has also been a decrease in the budget items for the management of the landfill, a decrease by 2.5 million guilders. I know that the trust fund debris management project is ongoing. I would like the minister to explain how this decrease in the budget for landfill management will have an effect on the dump. For the Minister of Justice, I'm happy to see that there are systems being proposed for border management. That is extremely important in order to manage the flow of people in and out of Sint Maarten. How far is RADEX in its implementation? What are the real expectations in 2023 as it regards the progress of this project? For the Minister of Education. Minister, through you, Mr. Chairman, the Prince William Alexander School has been stalled, I would say, for almost 6 years. This special needs school is in dire need of attention. I was happy to see it on the capital expenditure budget. However, when will it really be finished? What is the exact timeline? Are there new and updated designs and architectural plans for the school? And can those be shared with Parliament? We recently heard of a project that had to be restarted. A new tour had to be sent out. So I would like to know if this is the case with Prince William Alexander. The minister mentioned that STEAM was implemented in special education. I would like to know exactly how, maybe a breakdown or elucidation of this program. Mr. Chairman, a motion was adopted during the budget in Parliament 1 year ago requesting the Minister of Education to present a state of sports report within 6 months. The report was supposed to provide data on school and community participation in sports, information on programs, recruitment and development of coaches, plans for the maintenance, improvement, repair of existing and future sports facilities. Now, we see money on the budget for the renovation of Raoul Illich Sports Complex, but I would like to know where the report is, Minister, through you, Mr. Chair. Can Parliament receive this report if it is ready? And if it is not ready, when can we receive it? The Ministry of Education also, like many other ministries, has a capacity problem. I have asked the minister, through you, Mr. Chair, for creative solutions to assisting the staff that is there in the execution of very, very important projects. So I would like to know if there are any new ideas about capacity building for the ministry specifically. Also, approximately a year ago, Mr. Chairman, another motion was passed where the ministry was asked to establish a multidisciplinary work group to review curriculums and related materials in all primary and secondary schools and present a plan of approach to Parliament to ensure that our local history, heritage, and civic education are effectively taught in schools. We talk about the fact or the hope that the safeguarding, the promotion of our heritage, the protection of our heritage and our identity is priority. But I don't feel it, especially coming from the Ministry of Education, as it regards the attention to getting groups together to actually get the work done. I would like to know the status of the motion and the points in that motion, Mr. Chairman, from last year. Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the minister, the presentation mentioned that digital boards are now available in classrooms in public schools. Is it the case that the boards are arriving or they are in some public classrooms? I would just like some clarity on that project, specifically on the digital classroom, the digital boards, as well as the laptops for every public school teacher, according to my understanding of the presentation. On capital income, there is a projection of 315,000 guilders. This is related to students repaying their study financing loans. I would like to know exactly how this policy is being implemented. How is it going? Has there been any reports? How long has students started or have had the opportunity to repay government? Because 10, 20 years ago, this was not the case. So with this projection, I would like to know exactly how this program is running. I would also like to know how students can object if there are any discrepancies in the amounts of fees that they have been told to pay back. Another MP asked about the cuts to USM, and I would like to know directly through you, Mr. Chairman, if the cuts to the cost and subsidy to USM affects the hiring of teachers specifically. On the capital expenditures, the digital fleet tracking system is there. This is a system for tracking students, actually school buses as well. We have spoken about it for quite some time, quite a number of years, and I would like to know how far is the project actually from being fully implemented? What is the timeline? What are the targets? I have no questions for the Minister of VESA, Mr. Chair. For the Minister of TIAT, Minister, through you, Mr. Chairman, mention was made that noise pollution is a challenge. I honestly didn't realize how loud Sint Maarten was until I was on other islands, and we really do have a noise pollution problem. And I mean bars, restaurants, homes. My neighborhood is quite the lively place on a Sunday afternoon. And I would like to know what measures are being taken to reduce noise pollution and what budgetary implication do these measures have, because it's a problem. I would also like to know if our inspectors are receiving the tools they need to do their jobs in the most optimal way, because that is also an issue. Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the Minister of TIAT, how are the estimations calculated for the rental tax revenue? And also, I think my colleague MP Combs asked about the improvement or the beautification of Phillipsburg, more information and more clarity on the timeline in terms of expectations for 2023. And for the Minister of General Affairs, the Prime Minister, Mr. Chairman, the Department of Interior and Kingdom Relations has seen an increase in personnel costs, and I would like to receive an elucidation of this increase, where we see other departments decreasing in personnel costs and salaries. Here we see a small increase. I would like to know if it's maybe related to the implementation of the country packages, some more information. And Mr. Chairman, one of the most essential institutions for the preservation of this country's history and heritage would be the establishment of a national archives. We have this budget line on our budget from the beginning, from 10-10-10. I don't know how much was budgeted in 2010, but I know in 2023 there is zero. In 2022 there was zero. As a country, we need to create a national archives. We have to establish this institution. I would like to ask then, Mr. Chairman, through you to the Minister of General Affairs, is it this government's intention to establish or at least try to create a plan of approach to establishing a national archives before the end of this term? And that is it for me, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Solange Duncan. The next person on the list is MP Christopher Emmanuel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I had to giggle a while ago. I just overheard something from the Minister of Finance, so I just had to, yeah, I hear very well, actually. My eyes are going, but I can hear pretty well. You know, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you very much, and my MP colleagues, good afternoon to each and every one of you, the honorable ministers and their support staff, everyone in the Tribune who's watching and listening. Good afternoon to everyone, Mr. Chairman. I must admit that this is, I don't know what it is, but this seems to be one of the most quietest. I actually was falling asleep. I have never been through a budget debate before where I felt sleepy. In all the years, I couldn't wait to come to budget, especially the Central Committee, because you don't have no time. And you could just ask your questions and pinpoint and pick down the ministers and throw the questions at them. But even from our side, I look at MP, I look at the Minister of Finance, his eyes swelling up, getting big, falling asleep, who ain't got a hand under their chin. I'm like, what's going on? You ain't getting this kind of lively kind of, you know, how budget really supposed to be. I don't know. This is the first time I'm like, budget just kind of like boring, really. But anyway, nonetheless, Mr. Chairman, through you, I don't really have much questions at this moment for the ministers. I mostly have statements, but I just zoom in a bit on the Minister of TIAT and the Minister of Finance just to ask a few questions. I have about one or two for the Minister of General Affairs, but I will go on and read it as it is, but just generally I have more statements, Mr. Chairman. It was with some interest that I took a look at the national decree that once approved into law will be the budget of 2023. When I look at Article 2 and Article 3, it shows me a few things that must be truly discussed as the budget is far, in my opinion, Mr. Chairman, readily available. Mr. Chairman, Article 2, the budget of the current expenditures of Sint Maarten for the financial year of 2023 is set at 494,663,992 guilders. The budget for investments in capital goods is set at 69,253,405 guilders. The budget for loans is set at 5.2 million guilders. The Minister of Finance is authorized to enter into agreements for loans for capital investments up to the amount of 69,253,405 guilders, Mr. Chairman. Article 3, the Prime Minister of General Affairs shall be authorized on behalf of the country to receive financing and contributions for the execution of the country packages. The Minister of Finance shall be authorized on behalf of the country of refinancing agreements of loans that are provided on behalf of the state of the Netherlands in connection with Hurricane Irma and the COVID-19 pandemic amounts to 316,400,000 guilders. Mr. Chairman, while the budget is closed in the sense that the expense are equal to the income, the budget clearly isn't balanced, as Article 3, Sub 3 is talking about an authorization that the Minister of Finance has to refinance existing loans of Hurricane Irma and COVID-19, which are due in 2023, primarily to the tune of, like I mentioned earlier, 316,400,000 guilders, Mr. Chairman. While the renegotiation has started, I am trying to understand why the budget has been excluded from these loans. Perhaps the Minister of Finance can clarify this. Mr. Chairman, I find it remarkable that the Governor signed off on Article 3 and Sub 2, where allows the Prime Minister to apply, negotiate, and approve any grants that are needed for the country. So, who is responsible for the conditions that might, or better say, will be attached as the Prime Minister is given carte blanche? What's actually the role of the Parliament when it comes to additional financing and standing responsible for budget amendments that can and will take place due to this grant not being complied with? Mr. Chairman, through you, another point of concern that I have are the capital investments that are listed at 69.2 million, for which the Minister has authorized and will be seeking loans or seeking a loan. Mr. Chairman, the simple question is, who has to approve this loan, as the Minister has been mandated by the National Ordinance to take such a loan, and there's no maximum interest rate placed on such a loan? What will the collateral be, and who is responsible to ensure that the country isn't placed at risk? Mr. Chairman, another point of concern was that budgeted for the capital expenses are listed at 85,181,519. There's a significant difference there, as I notice that the amounts being transferred from 2022, while I cannot recall approval being given for such a loan, as the amended budget 2022 did not receive a positive advice from CFT. Mr. Chairman, again, perhaps the Minister of Finance can clarify this. Mr. Chairman, through you, when we look at the total income for 2023, it's slated for a remarkable amount of 494,663,992. with an increase of 75.8 million guilders. Mr. Chairman, the additional income numbers are primarily with the ministries of TIAT and Finance. When we look at the streams of income, I believe there's a lot wishful income listed in the budget, making this budget once again a not so serious budget. Now, Mr. Chairman, this is the part that I would like you to sort of, not instruct, but advise the ministers, not because a member of parliament asks a specific question, and it is similar to another question from another member of parliament. When the minister answers, he would goes on and say, yeah, well, see answer from previous minister. No, Mr. Chairman. If I ask a question, please answer my question. Please answer my question as I ask it, not because the question is similar to another member of parliament. Mr. Chairman, when it comes to the Ministry of TIAT, Airbnb, I believe my colleague made mention of it, 5 million guilders. Is the law ready? 5 million guilders, Airbnb, is the law ready? The tourist tax, 10 million guilders. Is the law ready? Room tax, 5.5 million. Is the proposed increase approved to be implemented legally, as we are now in the 3rd month of the high season, and you cannot go back charging a tax? If it's being implemented, now it's an illegal tax collected by the hotel properties. I'm just asking the question. Through you, Mr. Chairman, I see the Honorable Minister shaking his head. Hence the reason why I'm asking the question. Mr. Chairman, when it comes to the wage tax from the Ministry of Finance, 17.7 million. Tourist tax, 4.2 million. Turnover tax, 13.8 million. This means that we have an additional 276 million guilders in new businesses, or more than 10% increase in our GDP in 2023. Seriously, where is it, Mr. Chairman? Transfer tax, 5.4 million. Mr. Chairman, I am trying to make it realistic because, again, do we have an Airbnb law that we can attach a tax to it that's going to generate the 5 million guilders? If that is the case, Mr. Chairman, can the ministry please provide that to Parliament? In addition to that, the tourist tax of the 10 million, is that ready? So basically, how and by which means are we looking to collect this tax? How are we going to collect the 5 million? How are we going to collect the 10 million, Mr. Chairman? In addition to that, when you look at general affairs on page 4 and you go at national security, I see that you have a 1-point-something million increase for 2020. One moment. Okay. What I would like to ask under this question, Mr. Chairman, is how many individuals make up the national security? How many individuals? Because I'm looking at their budget from 2021. I see 2-point-something million. Then it went up in 2022, and then it went down in 2023. But it's over 2-point-something million for national security. I would like to ask this question, and probably the Minister of Justice can probably clarify this. Is there a difference between the Lands Recherche, the national detectives, okay, I see the Prime Minister shaking her head, and the national security? Good. Then how many individuals make up the national security? The reason why I'm asking that question, Mr. Chairman, is because, in my opinion, that budget seems to be huge. It seems to be a lot. So I would really like to know what it is that they do. Who are they securing? Their national security of what and of whom? What all does it entails for that budget to be at such? What's the workforce that makes up the national security for their budget to be over 2 million guilders? In addition to that, Mr. Chairman, I saw in the presentation from the Minister of TIAT, where he had the farms and the gardens and stuff. I would like to know where in the budget there is, where the Ministry of TIAT is helping or funding these gardens. Where is it and how much are we putting into the garden? Because, again, at some point in time, there must be things that we do new or that we do different. Because, I mean, I was in a government as a minister with the now Prime Minister, who was Minister of Education at the time, Mr. Chairman, and my honorable colleague, MP William Manning, was the Prime Minister, and we went in and we would start to question the amount of staff that you can have in the cabinet. And whenever we asked the question, it was said, oh yeah, but that's just the way it is. So we asked the question, but who made it that way? Oh, well, that's just what we have. And then you ask the question again, who made it that way, that's just what we have? So I believe it was just 5 individuals at the time you could have in your cabinet. And I asked the question, I say, but what if my budget can carry 9 individuals or 7 individuals? And the Minister of Finance said, well, if your budget can carry it, then you can have that amount. Because this policy that we are working with came from the old or the previous government. And this is the reason why I'm asking the question. Why are we following things from old and previous governments? I'm asking this question. And this is not a question that goes on the attack for any government. It's just to make us aware. We had 2 balanced budgets. Yes, Minister of Finance, maybe you don't know. But yes, at that time, it was the Minister of Finance, the Honorable Richard Gibson was the minister. And there was 2 budgets that was balanced. Here came Hurricane Irma. And because of that, we had to go into a deficit budget. But according to the law of the CFT, once you have how many? 3? 3 consecutive budgets? Good. How does this consecutive work? Is it a budget back to back to back, or is it having 3 balanced budgets? It doesn't matter how it comes, but once the budget are balanced 3 times. Because, Mr. Chairman, the reason why I'm saying this to this government, you, nor us, or none of us here, we didn't create a pandemic, nor did we create Hurricane Irma. But it can't be so, Mr. Chairman, that we already had 2 balanced budget, and because of a pandemic, and because of a Hurricane Irma, those 2 balanced budgets just disappeared. They just disappeared. So here comes this government now saying that their budget is balanced. So if this budget is balanced, and we had 2 previous budgets that was balanced before, that makes it 3. That makes it 3. And if that makes it 3, Mr. Chairman, then the CFT should cease to exist. I'm just asking these questions of food for thought, because I'm trying to figure out if that is the case, then we should put it in the law that in case of calamities, the balanced budget previously had before should be kept. Send it up to the RRM. Leave they decide what to do with it. Leave they decide that no, it can't be. But you challenge it. You challenge it. And the reason why I'm saying this, Mr. Chairman, it can't be that as a country, that we call ourselves a country, but we are always under the stiff jacket of a CFT. Always under the stiff jacket of a CFT. I don't recognize them at all. I don't recognize them at all. We just came back from IPCO. I have my colleague Rolando Bryson, Melissa Gomes, all who partake in it, and we was very, very hard on these sort of unequal things in the kingdom. I'm looking at this budget here, Mr. Chairman, and minister after minister, I hear them say, well, approval based on what the CFT says, approval based on what the CFT make mention. Mr. Chairman, how do we count consecutive budgets? How do we count them? Because at some point in time, there may be another government there. And what are we going to do? Go through the same thing again. At some point in time, we have to make a decision where we're going to take this country and how we want to move forward with it. We can't allow ourselves to be in a stiff jacket all the time, Mr. Chairman. Like I said, mostly I had more statements to make. But these are just a few questions that I wanted to ask the Minister of Finance and the Minister of TIAT because, again, we are collecting taxes, but based on what? What legal basis do we have to collect these taxes? I thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Christopher Emmanuel. The next person I see is MP Akeem Arendal. MP Akeem, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, MPs. Good afternoon, ministers.
Yes, Minister of Finance, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, I wanted some clarity because of the last statement made that the questions were for both myself and Tiat. So the identical questions for both ministers.
For MP Emmanuel. MP Emmanuel. MP
So is it-
Emmanuel, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Chairman, through you to the Honorable Minister of Finance, is that you want me to repeat the questions that is specifically for the Minister of TIAT and for the Minister of Finance? No, I only primarily ask questions for the Minister of TIAT and Minister of Finance, Mr. Chairman. And those questions was based on the Airbnb, tourism tax, room tax, wage tax, tourist tax, and turnover tax, is what those questions. Yeah.
Thank you, MP Christopher Emmanuel.
Thank you very much.
MP Akeem, you have the floor.
Thank you. Getting back to flow. I don't have much questions today either. So it's first round. My first thing in order for Minister of Finance, I would like to know about the vacation pay. Sorry, are you hearing me better now? Yeah, too far, too close. Yeah, this thing. Minister of Finance, I would like to know about the vacation pay given out in 2021, which everybody wasn't paid out. Would they be getting it back for this new upcoming? Some people say they didn't get it. And also for the police officers, for the payment, for the taxes, would they get a tax break when they receive the payment? Would it be possible for them to get a tax break? Let's see, Minister for me, don't have nothing. Minister of Justice, also, I would thank you to be the first Justice Minister to actually finish the function book. Also, I see in the budget that also the meal plans is being cut for the police also by, I think, 28%. But we have Carnival coming up, police officers, they're working overtime and all these things. Also, the overtime too also. For Minister of Education. I see also for a decrease for school materials for the Lionel Collar and Cold Bay, the Martin Luther King Jr. and Prince William Anders and St. Peter's, and Ruby Lebrega Retreat Estate. I see all these have decrease. And also, I would like to know why the only one who received an increase is the Johnny DeWeaver and Hope Estate. Why only that school have got an increase and all the rest have decreased? Because, to my knowledge, most of the teachers are complaining that they have lack of materials and all these things. They have barely certain stuff in the school. For the Minister of VESA, what is the plan or policy and the president in place to aid the social and vulnerable groups on the island? Meaning most likely the people who roam in the streets in the daily, who sleeping on the road, like how you say, the cholas. Also, what about the physical therapists? Some of them haven't been paid from last year. They would like to know when they will be getting paid, how we will find funds to pay them, the physical therapists them. And also, my last one is for general affairs. It's pertaining to the fire department. I see that also that it had a decrease, but I would like to know if everything has been handled, because last year we had a strike with the fire department, and they were outside, I think, by the government building striking because they say lack of equipment and all these things. So I want to know if everything has been regulated, and can we get an update on why also it was a decrease? And my colleague MP Sarah already mentioned about the legal affair. My question is mostly about the same thing. That will be all.
Thank you, MP Hakeem Arundel. The next person is MP Angelique Rumu. MP Rumu, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good afternoon to the honorable ministers and their support staff here this afternoon, to my colleague MPs, to those sitting in the tribune, to the viewing and listening public. I will start off in the order of the presentations made, and my first set of questions are to the Minister of Finance. Minister, I would like to applaud the initiatives that the Ministry of Finance has undertaken, especially as it relates to continuing education opportunities for our public, support for micro, small, and medium enterprises, and the stimulation of entrepreneurship amongst our youngsters. I would like to shed the spotlight on financial literacy and the importance thereof. Financial literacy is an essential life skill that plays a vital role in the success of individuals, families, and even nations. In today's complex and dynamic world, financial decisions have become increasingly complex, making it critical for people, especially the youth, to have a strong understanding of financial concepts and principles. By equipping young people with financial literacy skills, we are empowering them to make informed decisions about managing money, saving for the future, investing, and avoiding financial pitfalls. Based on this, my questions are as follows. What is the ministry's vision as it relates to financial literacy of our people, which is one guaranteed way that we can strengthen our economy? Does the ministry have any plans this year and in the future to promote financial literacy amongst our community, especially with our youth? Are there any future initiatives the ministry is working on? Can we see a future collaboration with the Ministry of Education to include financial literacy in our school curriculum across the board, from primary schools upward? Financial literacy provides a foundation for economic stability and prosperity, helping individuals to build wealth, reduce debt, and achieve financial independence. Therefore, it is crucial to prioritize financial education for young people, as it can have a significant impact on their future financial well-being and contribute to the economic growth of society as a whole. I move on to the Ministry of Romi. Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the Minister, we know that space and land is an issue as the island becomes more populated. However, Minister, can you further elaborate on how the government is addressing the issue of affordable housing, especially for low-income families in St. Maarten? We see that the Ministry of Romi has started with the reparation of roads. Minister, can you provide some details on the plans for the future development of the island's infrastructure, including roads, bridges, sidewalks, etc.? Regarding the budget item dedicated to public lighting in collaboration with GEBE, there are still neighborhoods where the street lights are not fully restored. Can you please provide an update on the status of street lights on St. Maarten? What is the percentage of street lights that have been restored, and when can the public expect for all street lights to be restored? I would also like to touch on the environment portfolio. Can the minister provide an update on the invasive species management project? The St. Maarten Nature Foundation has been sharing alarming concerns on the number of fatal boat strikes on sea turtles from 2020, with the latest 2 incidents being in January 2023. an important species in our waters. Can the minister provide an update on the accelerated activities happening within the ministry in conjunction with the St. Maarten Nature Foundation to curb this worrying trend? I move on to the Ministry of Justice. Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the Honorable Minister, my questions are related to the Lally Center. How many youngsters are currently at the Miss Lally Center? How many youngsters were detained at the center in 2022? What is the budgeted amount dedicated to the running of the Miss Lally Center and improvement thereof, if any? And where is it reflected in the budget? What improvements are planned for the Miss Lally Center, and how is the Ministry of Education, Culture, Youth, and Sports supporting these improvements as it relates to the education of these youngsters detained at the center? I now move on to the Ministry of Education. I start with some general questions, and then I have questions on the cuts. Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the Minister, can you elaborate on government's efforts to improve education on the island, including investing in facilities and teacher training programs? How is the ministry addressing the issue of teacher shortages in St. Maarten, particularly in subjects such as math and science? In 2019, I remember when working at the ministry, we worked on a very productive recruiting project at DEI themed St. Maarten Teach, where we teamed up with all of the school boards to recruit teachers. So what is the current status of this project, and is it still ongoing? What steps is the ministry taking to ensure that all teachers in St. Maarten have the necessary resources and materials to effectively teach their students? Can you provide information on the ministry's plans to address the issue of food insecurity among students and ensure that all students have access to nutritious meals during the school day? How is the ministry working to ensure that all students in St. Maarten have access to the necessary materials such as textbooks and technology to support their learning? What initiatives is the ministry implementing to improve the performance of students in St. Maarten, particularly those who may be struggling academically? Can the minister provide information on any programs or initiatives the ministry is undertaking to train and support teachers, particularly those who may be new to the profession? How is the ministry evaluating the effectiveness of teachers in St. Maarten, and what steps are being taken to provide support and resources to those who may be struggling? What measures is the ministry taking to meet students where they are academically and ensure that all students are receiving an education that is tailored to their individual needs? Can you provide information on any plans the ministry has to expand counseling and mental health services to students and teachers in St. Maarten, seeing the growing demand for this? How is the ministry monitoring and addressing the issue of student absenteeism and ensuring that all students are attending school regularly? Can you provide information on the ministry's 2023 plans to continue to incorporate technology into the classroom and improve digital literacy among students and teachers? What are the specific plans of the Division for Public Education, specifically as it relates to further training of teachers to use technology as a tool in classroom instruction and assessment? How is the ministry addressing the issue of school safety and ensuring that students and teachers feel safe and secure while on campus? What steps is the ministry taking to ensure that all students in St. Maarten have access to quality early childhood education programs? How is the ministry working to address the issue of student bullying and harassment in St. Maarten? What measures is the ministry taking to ensure that students from all socioeconomic backgrounds have equal opportunities to succeed academically? And how is the ministry addressing the issue of teacher burnout and ensuring that educators have access to the necessary resources and support to maintain their mental and emotional well-being? In absence of the ROA, who is taking up this role within the ministry, especially as it relates to accreditation. I have noticed in the Minister of VSA's presentation the reactivation of the ROA. How is the ministry, in particular the Department of Education, assisting in this matter? As it pertains to the special needs policy, what is the status of this policy, and when will it be finalized to be implemented? I'm keen to hear from the minister as well what the implementation of this policy will mean for the schools, the students, and their parents. Once this policy is in practice, what can our special needs students expect differently, and what will be in their benefit? In anticipation of the rebuilding of the Prince William Alexander School, what activities and preparations has the ministry done thus far to ensure accessibility for all special needs students, including students with physical disabilities? In addition to that, ensuring that the physical environment of the school is conducive and stimulating to learning and anticipated new technologies and methods that will need to be deployed to better assist our special needs students. Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the Minister, as you know, I have been championing the revamping of the St. Maarten Vocational Training School from inception in Parliament, especially as it pertains to giving the school an official status. One report done by local experts states that the St. Maarten Vocational Training School is dealing with 9 different types of students, ranging from behavioral, special needs, and academics. I have expressed on the floor of Parliament numerous times the need to give the St. Maarten Vocational Training School the proper care and attention it deserves. What has the ministry done in 2022 as it relates to the restructuring of the St. Maarten Vocational Training School? And what are the plans for 2023? I move on now to the budget cuts. As far as the Department of Education is concerned, the Department of Education budget posts 43,489, project code 6,073, projects and activities. Onderwijshervorming was reduced by 395,000 guilders. Can you explain this drastic reduction? On the budget post 43,521, insurance students, I see a significant cut from the 2023 budget in comparison to the 2022 budget to the tune of 138,607 guilders. Can you explain what this insurance entails and why the significant cut? On the budget post 44,302, education subsidy, most of the subsidized schools' budgets have dropped, with the exception of the Foundation for Academic and Vocational Education and the Methodist Agogic Center. Can you explain the reason for the drop in subsidy for all the other subsidized schools? Moving on to culture, under budget post 43,489, project code 61,007, tangible cultural heritage projects and activities were reduced by 129,693 guilders. Can you explain what tangible cultural heritage means for the listening public and why the cut? Under budget post 44,301, with the project code 61,005, referring to subsidy to companies, I see a cut of 50,000 for the Monumental Funds, Monument Council, and this is a bit disheartening to see, especially after we have had such a lengthy debate here in Parliament just last week with reference to the importance of preserving our cultural heritage. So can you please explain this cut? What cultural policies has the department worked on in 2022, and which policies are being developed or worked on in 2023? And what measures are the ministry taking, particularly the Department of Culture, to promote cultural awareness and appreciation among students in St. Maarten? What is happening directly in the schools? The Department of Youth and their budget cuts. Budget post 43,489, code 67,028, the Business Outreach Program, better known as the BOP, has been cut by 50,000 guilders. Can you please explain why this drastic cut? A program that has nurtured and developed so many St. Maarten youth and is a source of income for many of our youth to assist with their expenses, especially those moving on to the Netherlands for studies, etc. Why this cut in this budget? The Positive Action Teenage Pregnancy Budget post has been cut by 37,500 guilders. Can you provide information on what activities were carried out under this budget post and why such a reduction on this prevalent topic? The execution recommendation for Youth Development Program and the Rights of the Child was reduced by 15,000 guilders. Can you explain the cut? The budget post related to the integrated youth policy implementation was reduced by 50,000 guilders. Also, can you please explain the reduction? Moving on to the Department of Sports, the budget post for the management facilities of the Jose Lake Ballpark has been reduced by 62,000 guilders and 62,071 guilders. Why such a reduction in the management of a sports facility that is frequently used by the public? The school sports program budget post has been dropped by 190,471 guilders. Why such a drastic cut on such an important initiative? When we understand the importance of sports development for our youth, especially knowing that when our youth have an opportunity to excel in their talents, it boosts their self-esteem, which also has a positive effect on their academics. I am talking from experience because I have two very athletic children, so I know firsthand how their involvement in sports and the arts has a positive effect on their overall development. I now move on to the Ministry of Teyat. First question, with the global inflation rate ranging on average 7% to 8%, our local inflation rate at 3.8% seems a bit low and doesn't feel like it reflects the reality of prices over the last 2 years. Can you please explain the inflation rate and calculation thereof in more detail? Can you provide details on the government's plans to improve the island's tourism industry, including marketing campaigns and infrastructure upgrades? What are the 2023 plans for the revamping of the official St. Maarten social media presence? As Instagram was mentioned in the presentation, a quick scan was done. In comparison to our comparable sister islands in the Dutch Caribbean, Aruba with 242K followers, Curacao with 86K followers, Bonaire with 35.4K followers, our social St. Maarten Instagram page, Vacation St. Maarten, has a following of 13.6K followers. What plans does the ministry have to boost our social media presence, particularly through the digital avenues we have direct control over? Why is this super relevant for the country? The latest figures show that there are expected to be 4.89 billion social media users worldwide in 2023, a 6.5% increase from a year ago. It is also 2.2 billion more than the number from a year ago. It is also 2.2 billion more than the number of social media users in 2017, which represents a whopping 79.1% jump in just 5 years. Is there a budget allocated for the collaboration with local content creators and marketing companies as a tool to further market the island? It has been said many times, we lack the promotion of our cultural product, and tourists sometimes miss that authentic cultural experience. Promotion of our cultural product can only come from our locals. Therefore, I would like to know if budget has been allocated for this and how much. As it relates to the telecommunications portfolio with the presence of Starlink broadband internet system now on the island, Does this have the ministry's attention, especially as it pertains to the enormous effect this can have on the livelihood of our local telecommunication operators on the island who will be affected? If yes, what is the ministry currently doing as it relates to policy? Additionally, can you confirm that this has the attention of our local regulators, such as BTP? What measures is the government taking to encourage private investment in St. Maarten and create more job opportunities for the people of the island? Can the minister elucidate on the red carpet policy for investors mentioned in your presentation? I applaud this initiative as foreign investment is a tool we can use to both boost our economy. However, I am also keen to know if this policy is being developed on an interministerial level, particularly as it relates to protection of our local workforce and opportunities for local human capital enhancement through training and on-the-job learning by foreign expertise imported. In essence, how can our local workforce and entrepreneurs gain from foreign investments and ensure we think of this on a broad scale, but also the direct impact? Minister, can you also provide an update on the progress of the government's plan to establish a functioning public transportation system on the island? I now move on to the questions for the Ministry of VSA. At the start of the year, we discussed period poverty here on the floor of Parliament. Does the minister have an update on this project, and has this project been taken up in the 2023 budget? Can the minister share where in the budget it is mentioned? Minister, can you also provide details on the ministry's plans to address the issue of mental health on the island, and what funding has been allocated for this purpose in the budget? Can you also provide an update on the ministry's efforts to improve access to affordable childcare, specifically for persons who are not insured, and early childhood development programs? What measures are being taken to improve the quality of life and support the well-being of vulnerable groups such as the disabled and marginalized communities, How is the ministry working to reduce the rise of non-communicable diseases such as diabetes and hypertension? And what funding has been allocated for this purpose in the budget? I know my colleague MP Pontiflet asked about the ministry's plans to address substance abuse in general, but I would like to know specifically, how is the ministry addressing the issue of substance abuse amongst young people, and what measures are being taken to treat and prevent addiction? How is the ministry working to improve access to affordable and nutritious food for low-income families, and what funding has been allocated for this purpose in the budget? My final question, what are the activities this year that the ministry will undertake to reactivate the ROA, and is this being done in collaboration with the Ministry of Education, Culture, Youth, and Sports? And my final question for today is for the Ministry of General Affairs. As it relates to the revenue generated for the parking fees, can the Prime Minister give a comparison of a peak amount we've collected in parking fees pre-IRMA and what we generated in 2022? The comparison is to signal if we are indeed collecting as much as we can, considering that the parking lot is a low-hanging fruit that can generate revenue. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Angelique Romo. I don't see any more. Okay. Better we break for supper, 6 to 6:30, and we continue at 6:30. Meeting adjourned till 6:30. Welcome back. The next person I have on the speakers list is MP Chanel Brownbill. MP Brownbill, you have the floor.
Good evening to my MP colleagues, ministers and staff, viewers and listeners. I will start first with the Minister of Finance. I have a few questions and comments. You did mention that new methods and technologies has been added in the budget 2023 to assist with revenue and awareness. Can you specify the cost of adding these methods and technologies that has been budgeted for 2023? And also explain what are these methods and technologies. You also stated that collection fees from casinos have been implemented and started since last year. I would like to specify when last year. And also, are there any additional personnel or equipment costs for carrying out the collection fees for these casinos? When it comes to the government-owned companies and investing profits back into the government, how does finance go about collecting dividends from government-owned companies? Are these funds accounted for in the budget 2023? What are the total amount collected from government-owned companies on the previous year 2022 if there were profits yielded? Now I go on to the Minister of RAMI. I actually had chaired a RAMI meeting a few months ago on the environmental risk and challenges of building and excavating, which can cause landslides and other accidents. A company called Acrobatics presented and showed actual pictures of construction sites that may pose risks to the environment and human life. So we actually have to have a follow-up meeting with the Minister of RAMI that he'll be attending in the near future. So to further that comment, I would like to know, was this issue taken into consideration and implemented in part of the budget expense 2023 when it comes to risk management and protection of human life? I now go over to general affairs. Under the minister's item, I see an increase of 300% for other goods and services from the year 2020 and 2023. I would like to know, why is this triple increase? Also, in the civil registry under third-party personnel, there is a 1,000+% increase. Can you also clarify this increase? In the Department of Records and Information Management under third-party personnel, there is a 236% increase in this item. Can this also be explained? Next, I go to the Minister of Education, Culture, Youth, and Sports. There is a subsidy for the library, which is the amount of 1,097,100 guilders for each of the years. So it's the same for 2022 and 2023. Since this figure stayed the same, why was there no budget cut even though the library has downsized due to Hurricane Irma and COVID-19? Also, what is the update on the demolition for the library? What's the update on that? Also, there's a large amounts of subsidies to companies or foundations, names such as Youth Program Belvedere Community Center, 120,960 guilders. No Kidding with Our Kids, 147,840 guilders. Sint Maarten Youth Council, 200,000 guilders. And Sint Maarten Early Childhood Development Association, 80,000 guilders. And the Voice of Youth, 125,000 guilders. My question would be, do these entities submit their financial statements and a list of proven activities carried out per year to receive funding? And the last question for education is in sports. The National Sports Institute receives 500,000 guilders of your budget. Can you explain what activities are carried out for this amount of funding? And my last and final question is to the Minister of TIAT. the upkeep of the marketplace. You mentioned the project, so I would like to know who would upkeep the project, who would maintain the project. Is it in the budget? The maintenance of the marketplace, is it in the budget? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Brownbill. I don't see anyone signed in. MP Grisha Halliger Martin, you have the floor.
Pleasant good evening, Mr. Chairman. Good evening to the Council of Ministers present here with us today. Good evening to my fellow colleagues, and good evening to those listening and viewing online. First and foremost, Mr. Chairman, I would like to thank the Council of Ministers for their presentation today. They presented us a balanced budget of about 495 million guilders from a deficit of 101 million guilders. And with a total owing of about 1.2 billion guilders, in a nutshell. My question directed to the Minister of Finance, Mr. Chairman, through you, is does the government of Sint Maarten require financial support from the Netherlands for the remaining fiscal year of 2023, giving this makeup? And if so, how much? If not, please provide an elucidation as to why not. Can Parliament be provided with a complete liquidity prognosis for the remainder of the entire fiscal year of 2023, including an elucidation? Is the Minister executing or going to execute the motion related to the debt cancellation as presented by MP George Pantaflet and passed unanimously here in Parliament? If the answer is yes, can the Minister, through you, Mr. Chair, provide Parliament with his plan of execution and its status? If the answer is no, Mr. Chairman, please have the Minister motivate a clear and concise term as to why not. Around last year, I think summer of last year, early summer of last year, the Article 73 was presented in the second chamber, and 3 Dutch experts was invited to discuss the Article 73. In a nutshell, the fact sheet stated that Article 73 has not been finalized. The decolonization process of the country has not been finalized for the Dutch Caribbean islands. Is the Minister, I'm not sure if the Minister is familiar with that, but is the Minister of the opinion that based on the financial and other obligations of the government of the Netherlands Antilles under Article 73A and D of the UN Charter, that the government of Netherlands is indebted and owes Sint Maarten where it relates to the development and the sustainability? If you are not, please substantiate your answer. So, do you believe, does the Minister, through you, Mr. Chairman, believe that Article 73, that the Netherlands still owes our countries under Article 73? If not, please substantiate his answers. And if he is of the opinion that the Netherlands can legally and morally issue debt instruments of any kind to the government of Sint Maarten, even if the latter accepts these these debt instruments under duress or otherwise. So I'm going to repeat that. I know it wasn't too clear, so I'm going to repeat that question. If you are not, please substantiate your answer. If you are, is it your opinion that the Netherlands can legally and or morally issue debt instruments of any kind to the government of Sint Maarten, even if the latter accepts these debt instruments under duress or otherwise? Please substantiate the answer. And has the Minister explored other options, alternative options regarding the refinancing of loans? If yes, how and when and which loans? If not, please motivate why not. Is the Minister of Finance of the opinion that Sint Maarten should pursue receiving reparations from the Netherlands via CARICOM based on its 10-point plan for reparatory justice, or in any other shape or form? If so, please elaborate how he suggests this to be done, and if not, why not? My next question through you, Mr. Chairman, is for the Minister of Rami. In Ebenezer, since Hurricane Irma, the residents are still waiting for government to fix the street lights, the road grills, street signage, and resurfacing of the side roads from all the vehicle traffic from the schools in the area. Residents are regularly complaining about this and feel left out in the cold. And this I'm asking on behalf of the residents. Even small and simple improvement can make a difference in the people's lives. While on the topic of districts, and during this parliamentary term also, we also had a meeting with the district council committee regarding the community of Dutch Quarter and of Cahill. And I don't think Parliament, I checked with the SG, Parliament never received, never sent the reports, but I'm not sure if the minister heard about these two meetings and if he ever met with the Dutch Quarter and Cahill community. So I wanted to know if the minister met with them, and also if the minister can elucidate a little bit on Ebenezer, if there's anything in place or any ideas of how the minister is going to target the issues there. Through you, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask the minister, where in the budget has provisions been made for repairing the districts that were damaged during the Hurricane Irma? And can the minister highlight how much per district? Is there a maintenance plan in place for Ebenezer district, which I just asked earlier? We also had a meeting during this term with acrobats, and I would like to know if the minister ever had a follow-up meeting with acrobats. The meeting of Parliament, which was in the company, gave a presentation regarding the mitigation of natural risks in sustainable construction development and the protection of the users of public infrastructure on Sint Maarten. I want to know if the minister, through you, Mr. Chair, ever met with acrobats following after that meeting was here in Parliament. Through you, Mr. Chair, I've also understood that there's a technical report for some years now, like a long time, concluding that the Prince Bernard Bridge, that it cannot, on the Prince Bernard Bridge, and that it cannot hold heavy traffic. Can this report be made available to Parliament? And is the 500,000 guilders made available in the budget sufficient to ensure the safety of the public using the bridge? I'd like to know how. On October 20th, 2021, Parliament passed a unanimous motion regarding the Parliament building. During my tenure in the Presidium, we negotiated with the landowners, the owners of this building, and we negotiated a 3-year agreement in this building while we await the construction of the new Parliament building. The motion resolved to having a new Parliament building where the old administration building is. We were going to have parking on the side of where the post office was, and where we are parking now on the side, we will have an office for the High Council of State. Is this still the vision of government in general? Is this still the plan to execute, knowing that we have a 3-year contract in this building? And it will be saving, of course, the country millions and millions of guilders in rent. My next question goes to the Minister of Justice. Under the personeels lasten, a cut of 3.6 million guilders was done. And it cited afname, overwerkvacaturen, so citing a reduction of overtime and vacancies. I'm a bit concerned about that. When the Rexpositie comes to play, and I'm sure there's going to be a shift in positions, aren't new positions going to be created based on the new function book? And once the police receives their placement letters, and as the minister stated through you, Mr. Chair, that she's going to be paying them in 3 to 5 installments. The installments are what? Annually? Will the first installment be this year? And how much do you project the first installment to be? And is that first installment embedded in the budget? What is the total budget for prison guards on payroll? And how many of the guards are currently working? And I know you answered this already, but seeing that there are 5 to 6 seeing that 5 to 6 guards are required per shift, how will this be covered in the budget? How would the strengthening of the probation function be covered in the budget. Now, I have to go back to the questions of the 5 to 6 guards. We know already that there's only 2 guards there available, hence the reason, one of the reasons why I guess the court gave the prisoners the right to strike, because this was one of the reasons they felt a bit unprotected. What is the, how will the Minister of Justice, through you, Mr. Chair, handle now this part, the part of increasing the prison guards per shift? And is it going to be, she stated already she's not hiring any more, there's a cut in budget for hiring, so what's the plan there? How will the strengthening of the probation function be covered? Okay, I mentioned that already. And lastly, are there sufficient budgetary provision to ensure proper health care for the inmates? It's my final question to the Minister of Justice. I have a few questions for the Minister of ECYS. In general, what is the status of the national anthem? I think we sent you a report. Parliament has sent a report to the Minister of ECYS regarding the national anthem. We would like to know if we can get feedback on that report and what the status is on that. Is there a deadline? Is that going to be planned this year? What is the status there? And I think MP Westcott already spoke about this, but I'm still going to ask it for the record. What is the status of having English as a first language in school? Just a general question, but I'll await the answers from the questions posed by MP Westcott Williams. Minister of TIAT, about a year ago, I think it was in, I would say early last year, I sent a letter requesting or suggesting to the then Minister of TIAT, Minister Rogers, regarding the tariff 60 at GB. That tariff was supposed to be a tariff for seniors, to lower the tariff for seniors. Anyone owning a home, anyone renting that was age 60 and above will get a reduced tariff. I haven't been able to receive a response. I was not able to receive a response from the minister. I spoke to him in between, but then he got ill, unfortunately, and then the Minister of Everything took over, and I couldn't put that burden on him. So now I'm asking you, Minister, to please give me an update, and if you can follow up with that request. If you want, I can send you that letter as well, Minister. And then I have some questions for the Minister of General Affairs. Through you, Mr. Chairman, can the Prime Minister confirm that both the De Graaf and the Van Raag motion are being carried out, and how is it being done? The Van Raag and the De Graaf motions. What is the status of the follow-up to the third recommendation? Is the government working with the Dutch government on addressing the concerns of the third report? And if so, what can government provide Parliament with a progress, and can government provide Parliament with a progress report? The mutual agreement, onderlinge regeling. I heard this today that it was maybe I didn't hear it correctly. It's not signed as yet, and it's still in the draft. I'm not sure if it's been signed or when it will be signed. Can I get a detailed update on that? And if and when it will be signed, will Parliament receive a copy of that? There's much confusion regarding the mismanagement of Telem. It started from inception when the then chairman and the supervisory board sent a whole list of a whole list of documents regarding the mismanagement of the Telem group of companies, followed by a letter from the Sint Maarten union, which was dated March 8th. And then also now, there's a slight indication in the SOAB report of also mismanagement. Coupled with the unions and the cries of the employees, I would like to ask the Prime Minister, through you, Mr. Chairman, if this is not a concern of hers and what she plans to do with it, if she's going to address this situation. So regarding the information we received from the then chairman of the supervisory board, the letter of the union, which is under IS 641, parliamentary year 2021-2022, a slight indication of mismanagement from the SOAB report and the consistent cries of the employees. Does this have the attention of the Prime Minister, and what has she planned to do with that? What is the status of the Fiber to the Home project? Is there still budget for the Fiber to the Home project? I was informed recently that government was planning to sell the Smithcombs building to help fund the Fiber to the Home project. Is this correct? Is there any truth to this? And based on that information from the SOAB report, my question to the PM, based on all that I've just mentioned, I'm hoping that you'll be able to review everything that I mentioned. Does the PM not think that a follow-up forensic audit needs to be done to really pinpoint the details of the mismanagement at TELEM? That's my question to the Prime Minister. Another question I have to the Prime Minister is, what is the financial standing of SOH? Please provide audited reports if possible. I also want to pose the same question to the Prime Minister as I did to the Minister of Finance. Is the Prime Minister of the opinion that Sint Maarten should pursue receiving reparations from the Netherlands via CARIBCOM based on its 10-point plan for recovery, reparatory justice, or in any other shape or form? If so, please elaborate on how the Prime Minister suggests it to be done, and if not, indicate why not. Lastly, Mr. Chairman, I have a few general questions, and these questions are for all ministries across the board. So here goes. How many of the projects and activities have been completed or are ongoing that were funded under the NRPB Trust Fund? And can a list of all projects be provided to Parliament with a source of funding per project? So in other words, how far are the ministries with the implementation of the country package, and where and how is this reflected in the budget? How are the country packages, the SDGs, the individual vision and mission of each ministry combined and reflected in the budget and monitored? Are they all in line? How are the policy linked to the expenditures, and where is it reflected accurately? How much was spent on court cases per ministry since 2022 to now, per ministry? What did they entail? And please categorize them. Also list how many were lost and won and ongoing. How much was actually spent on travel per ministry, 2022, 2023, and projected for 2023? I would like each ministry to provide a breakdown of the travel and what they yield from every time they traveled. What was yield? What was the justification for the travel? How many consultants are working in each cabinet? I would like to know the total budget per cabinet allocated for consultants, 2022 and projected. I wanted to know how much was spent in 2022 and now the upcoming year of 2023. And lastly, how many ministries are missing SGs, and how long have they been vacant per ministry? Thank you, Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Grisha Heiliger Martin. Any other MP would like to? MP Bryson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening to the Griffier, to my colleagues and the honorable ministers. First of all, thank you for your presentations today and your introduction to the budget 2023. I want to first of all start by pointing out something that I find is interesting and perhaps special about this budget, which is the fact that it is probably the first time, at least that I can recall, that members of parliament, the government, the public are able to actually take financial statements approved by this parliament and juxtapose them to their budget. That is how budgets are supposed to function. And thanks to the efforts from the Ministry of Finance to have as many of those over the years, those approved or at least brought to Parliament. Sure, they didn't have an unqualified opinion and so on, but at least we have something that we're able to go by and be able to make the comparisons to the realistic figures going into, for example, comparing 2020 or 2019, which had been our good last year, so to speak, and now kind of compare that to what we have in 2023. So I really want to start by commending the Ministry of Finance for those efforts related to the financial statements, because it has an effect on the budget. We saw in the presentation where the minister made the comparison between what was spent, what was budgeted, and what is now budgeted. And you see what happens because you have that information is that now you can make more realistic prognosis based on all these financial statements and the trends. I think the minister, if he can clarify that, he used the last 5 years. Now you have a more realistic trend as to what the government is actually needing, where are they needing more, and where they're actually spending less. I say this because I recall when I was at the Tourist Department as a head, and I was a bit frustrated towards the end of the year because I know I'm speaking to my financial controller and I know that there's budget, and sometimes you're told, no, being on a budget, and I'm like, it's time to market the country. We do have budget. And I feel like it is often because you have such a crunch and you kind of have to guess, well, what is it we actually should be spending? Financial statements might be giving us a bit of a clearer picture on how close you are to the realistic amount that we should be spending. And that would help me, even if I'm a department head, or me as a member of parliament, being able to analyze the budget better. So this was a refreshing aspect of analyzing this budget. I also had to take note of the fact that I see some serious improvements in the policy document, particularly in the capital expenditures. I appreciate that the ministries have presented quite some details in terms of what exactly goes under the capital expenditures. I remember at one point, when I first entered Parliament, it would basically just be the Excel sheet and then maybe a few sentences. But now you actually have section by section a table telling you this is the description, the number, the expense, the phases, etc. And that was something also in our meetings of the Committee of Finance with CFT that they pointed out as well. So it's very helpful for the ministers to continue with that policy-based budgeting practice. My first set of questions would be for the Minister of Finance. Second. Okay. For the Minister of Finance, this is maybe, it goes across different ministries, but as it's the finance budget, I would ask it here. I would like a clearer picture on maybe what exactly is any income. So some people have asked what we spending on Landsverordening, country packages, etc. I would know if there's anything coming into the coffers by means of grants, loans, or whatever related to country packages. Is there a total number that we can be given in terms of what's coming into the budget to help cover some of these country package expenses? I noticed, for example, in the 2022 budget, there were items where they were listed in the Ministry of Finance, Landsverordening, and then it's 1.1 million. And then in 2023, I see it's no longer there. Maybe we can get an explanation of why some of those Landsverordening items in the budgets were in 2022 and have been removed. Is it that they're no longer needed? Is it that they've been spent already? Or have been then put in another area? I would like to know what, if any, cost has been incurred in 2022 and budgeted for in 2023 related to the implementation of the Common Reporting Standard. As you know, one of the changes that we brought to the general tax law was to be able to come up to the international standard of signing on to CRS. But one of those amendments that I had brought forward was for the Parliament to actually be informed when a national decree for the implementation of the CRS would come. And in that national decree, it was discussed in Parliament and I believe published. The question I would have then is, what is the cost that we've seen since the implementation of this? Training, data information, whatever. I would like to know what that is. There's various throughout the finance budget, budget posts for contributie and lidmaatschap. if the minister can give a bit of an explanation on what some of that goes to. And then I want to go under some of the incomes, because I saw there's questions being asked about whether what is realistic in the budget in terms of tourism income. And I think we maybe have collected so little in terms of tourism, and I believe that we underestimate what the tourism industry should be contributing directly to the coffers of Sint Maarten. Mr. Chairman, I remember doing a calculation with you one time where we looked at the number of stayover passengers in the country. We have approximately 400,000 stayover passengers. Let's assume 80% of those stay at the hotel, which is the figure that we get from the exit surveys. You're talking 320,000 stays. The exit surveys show an average of 6 nights and 6 nights per passenger and a 60% occupancy rate throughout the year. At an average rate of $165, that's $190 million that is being generated as revenue from the hotel sector, which means if you were to take 5% of that, you should be collecting $9.5 million. So if anything, I think the budget is finally starting to reflect what we should be collecting from the hotel tax. And when I read the elucidation, it talks, for example, of making use of services like ATS or other sort of firms to get more into what is being collected from the hotel tax, and that the compliance rate goes up, because there's clearly a discrepancy between what we are actually receiving from the 5% hotel tax versus what we're supposed to be receiving. And I think this budget at least brings that more in line. It's not even there yet. Probably should go even higher, which the CFT also in their report, they gave their thoughts on this. They actually said that they advised that the financial effects of this should be incorporated into the 2022 budget on page 2 of their advice. So it looks like the CFT have looked at these tourism incomes and has stated, look, it's good that we're finally starting to take measures to, like I called it, make tourism work for you. The tourism industry, it's not just about the indirect taxes. We need to collect more directly from our tourists. We have the lowest hotel tax in the Caribbean, and we need more higher compliance as well. Regarding the tourist levy, I think was very happy to see that that is part of the plans for this year. I think it is also a very realistic figure, because if you have a tourist levy of, let's say, $15 and you use the figures, even just half of 2023, you're collecting a total of 8.5 million guilders, which that's just a rough calculation and is very close to what the budget has presented. So I think that will be important, and then we'll get an idea of how far that legislation would be. But again, that's just using half the year, so even if this is passed all the way in July or August, you still have those 6 months to collect. One of the incomes, and I guess this kind of ties into justice as well, but for the Ministry of Finance and Justice, I noticed that in 2022, we had an income of 8 million guilders for the assigns. And in 2023, the number is the same. However, in 2022, we knew that there was a relief that was given based on the assigns, but I don't see an increase in the income in 2023, also considering the economic factors that we should be doing better in 2023. Just a little explanation on that figure in terms of income, because I do believe that perhaps we may be able to collect more from assigns in 2023 than 2022. I see that dividend central bank is a blank item in the budget. Can I get some information from the Minister of Finance? Why? What are the profits from the central bank? Is it that I believe they probably operated at a loss? But just some information on dividends from the central bank and what normally should be taking place in that sense. I also saw an item, it was in the policy document, but I don't see it clearly in the capital expenditure. 5.8 million capital for Landsverordening. I don't know if that's a mistake or if that's a mistake. Oh, it is there? Okay, so if I can get an explanation on that 5.8 million guilders on what that investment is. Recently, I've noticed that, members of parliament, of course, want to see the ministers bring as many new policy changes and many national decree changes, many laws to parliament. But we know the reality, and this may tie a little bit into the prime minister, but from a financial perspective, I ask this. the legal support that ministers receive in order to carry out this. There's a limited space and capacity within the Department of Yes and Way, as we know. I understand that in the long term, we have plans to fill that. But in the meantime, there's a lot of policies that is being asked of. We're probably going to bring motions asking for certain policies to be enacted, but this needs legal support. So what is the view of from a finance perspective, what is the formula for figuring out the right amount of legal support and rechts- en deskundig advies that ministers should receive? When I look at it, I think it's a bit low considering how much is being asked of the Council of Ministers and how understaffed the Department of Yes and Way currently is. So I would like to ask maybe if there's some consideration for a strategy to increase more legal support for the ministries. I read that there is work being done on a dividend policy. However, is it that there's a requirement for a dividend policy to exist in order for the government to receive a dividend? Is it not possible to request an interim dividend? So for example, we have the SLS, which I've spoken about a couple times, that I can imagine, I haven't seen the financials, but maybe I'm wrong, but I can imagine they made a profit over the last few years with the advent and popularity of PCR testing and antigen testing. In absence of a dividend policy, is it not possible to get some sort of interim dividend or something from these institutions pending a dividend policy? Or is it that we're going to wait until the dividend policy before we get anything from some of these government-owned institutions like SLS, which is, according to the budget, 100% owned by government? In the report, under Meerjarenprogramma, it talks about, let me just into English, due to an increase in the amount of loans, it is expecting that the afschrijvingen, the write-offs for payments, will grow over the next few years. Minister, can we get a prognosis over the next 3 years in terms of the growth that will have to be repaid? As we know, most of this debt is to the Netherlands, but I would like to understand what is the prognosis maybe over the next 3 years in terms of repayments annually, to see what level of expenditure we're going to be dealing with over the next 3 years. Minister, I would also have to ask you regarding blockchain technology. Much debate has happened in this parliament as to, and questions asked about cryptocurrency in itself. But even in the meetings that we've had in this parliament, one thing I've heard various parliamentarians state is that while there may be questions about cryptocurrency in terms of its currency use, the blockchain technology and the application of it is seen as something very valuable. I've not heard much since from the minister in terms of what are the plans for using this technology for creating pilot programs within government. So I would like to hear from the minister, has there been any update on the use of a blockchain technology? We look at the fact that the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank Islands have passed, or most of them have passed their draft virtual assets law, where they name national blockchains and they're starting pilot projects. For example, one project in Dominica is a sort of tourism token where everybody gets a non-fungible token that they can use as a sort of incentive when they return. These type of risk-free ideas using blockchain technology. Another island has been starting to, as a pilot, register some of their domains, as in their land domain on blockchain. These type of ideas is what I would like to hear from the Ministry of Finance, especially considering his mission in terms of innovation. Okay, in terms of the capital expenditures, can I get a bit of a better explanation as to what the CFT's explanation currently for 2023 is, or the expectation is, what our debt to GDP ratio should be, and what is the maximum cap that the CFT has indicated they would want to see in terms of capital expenditures? Is it that what we have here, let's say the 70 million or whatever, we're at the cap, or is there room for more, or do they feel like we're being too ambitious with our capital expenditure from a debt to GDP ratio perspective? I ask this because, again, most of this debt is to the Netherlands. So if the CFT is telling us, well, your debt to GDP ratio is too high, we can't allow you to borrow more, to fix more schools, to fix more roads, to invest in your country, then guess who is actually causing that ultimately? It's the debt that we have to the Netherlands, because if the debt to GDP ratio is being used as a limiting factor as to why we can't make more investments as a country, indirectly we have to understand what that is doing to us. And most of those, or a large part of that, is loans that are based on the dismantling of the Netherlands Antilles, COVID-19, and Hurricane Irma. So I would like to have that answer so that I can then make further questions. To the Minister of Romy, just would like a general update on what the plan is in the short term in terms of improvement of the landfill, so the operations there. And also in the long term, there's been various plans in terms of whether we're going to do waste to energy, whether we're going to do incineration. Can we get an update on his vision for the dump in Sint Maarten? And I was very happy to see a sort of a registration for local architects and engineers in permits. Is the idea to then make use of these local engineers, architects, and so on as third-party support for the Department of Permits to get the necessary assistance to process permits faster? I think that would be a great idea, where the permits department can outsource some of this work to local technical people that can just do the technical work, after which it is received by the ministry, and it's more of just kind of tweaking and seeing if the person's building permit is something from an engineering perspective sound or not. Perhaps that's something that can help speed up that process. I also noticed that various items were shifted from operational to capital expenditures. If the Minister of Romy can express how confident he is that the capital projects will be approved and executable, because if they're moved from the operational budget to capital expenditure, then we are now at the mercy of this capital budget, that it is approved, that the CFT don't come last minute and say, well, actually, on second thought, we're not making the funds available. What sort of assurances has the minister, and this minister, and I'll come to the Minister of ECYS as well, but you all have the bulk of this capital budget. I would be very disappointed to see if for some reason or not, that does not materialize in the end. So what measures are in place to ensure they materialize? Under the Ministry of Justice next, for verblijfsvergunningen, I see an increase in income of 10%. But Mr. Chairman, over time, we have heard that there are some people that feel that the process or the difficulty in applying for a residence permit has become cumbersome or difficult. So my question to the minister is, in order to realize this 10% increase, what are we doing to actually improve the service and speed by which we process that? Because technically speaking, unless it's just about a larger amount of people that are applying for permits, I don't know if that's maybe the case, why there's a 10% increase. But regardless of, guys, can I, thank you. With a 10% increase, would it be perhaps about more applications, or would it be that the speed and effectiveness of processing is better? This is actually TIAT. Yes. I see that there was a cut in this question that the minister has asked already, been asked about in terms of the personnel. Let's say the KPSM is cut. But what I had noticed is that the section of immigration has gone up. So has that cut been because immigration has been taken out of KPSM and moved to immigration? I'm not sure if that's maybe a reason why we've seen a budgetary switch there. But if we can get an explanation as to what the budgetary effects might have been for the decision to separate, as it really is in the LEOL, so to speak, those two departments, and has there been a budgetary implication on that? I see that there's a subsidy BZK, overdracht aan het land. I would like an explanation as to what that is. Is this something that we're receiving from the Dutch government, or is it something that is going back to? Because I think it's a negative number, so I wasn't too sure about that. That's under the Ministry of Justice, subsidy BZK. And I noticed that we are paying 2.8 million, if I'm not mistaken, for the prisoners that we have, I would say within the kingdom, because I don't know if that's within, also counts for Aruba, Curacao, Bonaire, etc. I would like to understand, has the minister had any discussions, especially in that YVO setting, and considering our precarious financial situation, where we're paying to house our prisoners in other areas of the kingdom? Is there not a better way to manage this? That it's not something that's coming as a taxpayer cost, but it's some other way where there's some sort of write-off or an exchange of services or something, rather than 2.8 million guilders coming out of our budget for those that are housed within the other areas of the kingdom, or the Kingdom Council of Ministers consider waiving that fee and giving us more room to actually invest that in our own prison, in addition to that. Yeah, now I go over to, one more for the Minister of Justice. I wholeheartedly support the minister's efforts in terms of kind of cracking down on counterfeit products and so on. I think it's good. I think Sint Maarten does need to regain a reputation as a premium shopping destination where you're getting good quality original items. My concern, however, is that I don't want, while we're solving one problem, to create another. And what I mean by that is the cumbersomeness that we've now created or potentially can create in the process. Is the Customs Department equipped to handle the many invoices now that will be coming in from people that bring in clothing and shoes and jewelry and liquor, tobacco, all of these products? There may be hundreds of invoices coming every week. What is the turnaround time for this? And, well, based on that question, I will have a clarification, because if the turnaround time is more than 24 to 48 hours, I think we're having a very bad strain on the business community in that sense. Because sometimes these products are very much on demand, and somebody having their goods held for a week or 2 weeks can mean the difference between a profit and a loss for many businesses. Some people might say, you know what, they don't want the item again, it took too long. They don't want to hear that it's at the harbor. They want to know that it's on the store. And if we can't compete with a 2-week turnaround time, then we're definitely going to be losing out to Amazon.com, and we collect zero taxes from that, as opposed to our local businesses that get the product on the shelf and are able to then sell it to our local people, and they pay taxes. So I want to have an idea of what the administrative side on customs is, and if we're really able to handle it. I go now to the Ministry of Education. Overall, the ministry, I see that subsidies from some school boards are down. Just a question on that point. Is what is approved in the current budget based on what was requested of the school boards? So, or were there differences? So, for example, did certain school boards request $1 million and then a decision was taken to give them 800,000? Or is it that based on their request, this is what has been given? Because it could be smaller classrooms or less students, I don't know, lower cost. But I would like to have an understanding of the school boards that have submitted. What did they request and what did they receive per school board? And Mr. Chairman, when the minister is answering that question, because it's going to be quite a number of school boards, if that is given in writing and we can read it, I would be happy with that. I see cultural activities, from my estimation, is cut by around 50%. Can I get an explanation on that? The question about the BOP program was already asked. And Minister, I do want to ask you regarding a motion that I had passed last time regarding esports, to create a sort of a framework within the sports department to recognize esports as we do in terms of common sports. What has been the progress on that? Has there been any organizations that have submitted any proposals or requests to be recognized by the government? And if not, can maybe a suggestion be for the minister to announce that, to put out a press release and ask local esports organizations to register themselves, incorporate themselves as an association or whatever, and get these esports organizations that I know exist, some of them informally, some more formally, but have they contacted the sports department, and are we working with esports in Sint Maarten? regarding study financing, there are two aspects that I think need urgent attention. I know every year there's a sort of a list that comes out with all the different priority areas. But I think two very important priority areas are law, so law students, and medical students. I would like to know what level of attention is being placed on trying to really actively recruit students to go and study law. This may need to be done in the earliest stages from high school. It can also be those that are looking at second careers, like myself and many others who are studying it Dale tight, trying to get an inventory of how many people are going to start studying law. Mr. Chairman, you know the challenges this parliament, this government, all ministries have in being able to get qualified legal personnel. And the only way I think we're going to fix this in the long term is if at least every year we send 10 students, and in 4 years, 5 years, we have 10 new come in, and we have that rotation, then I think we would finally start to see it. If not, we will not see an improvement, and the same goes for medical professions. With the Ministry of VESA, Minister, also kind of a follow-up to the previous motion, the motion that was passed by Parliament regarding sort of to paraphrase, denouncing the practice of the firing of unvaccinated workers. If the minister can give an update on how this has gone, has he received, ever since that motion, many complaints about this practice? Is that something that the government and the Labor Department is looking at closely in terms of people not being prosecuted, so to speak, well, prosecuted from their job, but removed from their job because of their vaccination status? I think a lot of new information has come out about in terms of the transmittability of whether you're unvaccinated or not with COVID-19. And as the minister in the last budget detailed, he so correctly predicted that we would be in an endemic stage and then eventually learn to live with COVID. We are there, but there's still this question of, are unvaccinated people being discriminated within our society? I would like to know from the minister if he has any information on that. Minister, there's a budget item for 6.5 million guilders budgeted to pay, I believe it's the outstanding of OZ Air. How have those payments gone in 2022? Have we been able to live up to those payments, and will that continue in 2023? I think it's very important that that continues, because there are some out there that want to propose that we put this additional burden on the employees of the government. I don't think in the short term that necessarily needs to be the case. We are already paying, according to the budget, additional money for the OZ Air outstanding. That should suffice, at least for the short term, to make sure that we don't allow the fund to go out of whack. Minister, one thing I do miss in the budget, and we have all known, let's say, the heroism of CPS during the COVID-19 pandemic, but we know that CPS also has many other roles in terms of the Zika virus, dengue prevention, you know, all of these different services that they're supposed to do year-round. Normally, I would see a lot of marketing and communication in that regard, but I don't see much of that reflected within the budget to make sure that we have these public service announcements going back. There are active campaigns about what CPS does and what they need to communicate to the public. So if the minister can comment on that, if he has some ideas on some things that the Ministry of VESA can do to really activate CPS for their original role pre-pandemic. To the Ministry of TIAT, I asked already regarding the assigns, but from a different perspective. Is the ministry looking into another fuel supplier for the country? As you know, currently Sol is the exclusive provider of fuel. This presents quite a tenuous situation for Sint Maarten. Have we considered some of what the regional islands are using, such as crude oil in Curacao, Petrocaribe in the region, or other possibilities for fuel? I see that, unfortunately, I did like that the minister presented in terms of finally trying to get more income from the maritime sector. That's very good that we have that, but I don't see that reflected in the budget. I think perhaps those things are still being outlined, so maybe in a future amendment, or what the plan is to make sure that even if there's 200 vessels that are registered, this can be a significant amount of money for the country. I think that that is an important one that we need to consider. and if the minister can please maybe give us more elucidation on how we plan to actually get this done. Are we going to get some a professional agency to be able to attract vessels to Sint Maarten, working within the framework of the Dutch law, because it also falls under kingdom law in terms of the flag that these ships will carry. But I think it's important that we get this ball rolling, because it's a great opportunity for more income for Sint Maarten. Then let's see, I'm trying to skip some questions that were already asked. Amendment, agriculture was already asked, okay. Then I go on to the Ministry of General Affairs, the Prime Minister. Prime Minister was very happy through you, Mr. Chairman, to hear from the Prime Minister that debt cancellation, as per the motion of Parliament, is forming part of the discussions that she is having with the Kingdom partners. However, I think there was a point where certain challenges were mentioned, but I didn't really get the grasp of that. Can the minister elucidate what some of the challenges are in being able to execute this motion, in being able to fight for our debt cancellation as a country? Maybe the minister can expand on that a little bit. And has the Kingdom taken any hard positions at this point? Have they drawn a line to say, this is absolutely not possible? What are the hard line stances that we have of the Dutch in terms of debt cancellation? And has the Prime Minister, in the context of reparatory justice, looked at the fact that debt cancellation is a prominent part of that discussion, and it's something that we also discussed quite profusely at the IPCO. I see that there's a budget item for a new office building, Integrity Chamber. Just an idea, nah? Don't worry, I ain't cutting it. Just want an elucidation. But on that note, I do want to mention that I see the Integrity Chamber is still budgeted at what we had amended it to 1.7 million guilders. It seems that the Integrity Chamber has found a way to make use of the funds that they have, so I'm happy to see that they have been able to do so, but that's what's in the budget. So if something else is different, then the Prime Minister can let me know, because I have not seen a change to that in the budget. Prime Minister, I see, through you, Mr. Chairman, I see an increase of 500,000 guilders for the post office, a subsidy for the post office. Having gone through the budget, I don't see any clear elucidation as to why the post office, which, like many post offices in the world, should actually be downsizing. You know, the services slowly downsize or reinvent themselves. But instead of a downsizing, I see a 50% increase from 1 million to 1.5 million. That is a bit concerning to me, especially if there are no plans presented for how that would be spent. So I would like some explanation as to what that is about. I also see that there is a budget post for an increase in consultants for the basic administration. I just want to understand how that juxtaposes to the investments being done in basic administration in the capital expenditure. So is it that we also need additional work on the operational side, and on top of that we're making expenses? Or couldn't we have the capital expenditure budget cover the consultants and all of the changes that are being made to the basic administration? For the parking place, can I get the actuals, considering that the Minister of Finance stated that we've looked at the actuals for the last 5 years. We have now various financial statements. But for the parking area, what is the actuals that have been collected? I would be curious to see what that is, and is someone from the receivers there, and from an accounting perspective, handling the income that is generated by this parking place? There was also a motion in the last budget regarding the aanloopschaal and critical vacancies. I would like an update from the Prime Minister on the current use of the aanloopschaal, that this is not being done as widely as it was before. Are the people who have been on the aanloopschaal been placed into their proper scales? Of course, the minister doesn't need to tell me, let's say, a full breakdown, but maybe a bit of an elucidation as to how well that is going, because I think it's unfair that so many people have been on aanloopschaals that are designed to be for 1 or 2 years for many years. Has this practice been reversed overall? I see that the CRIF insurance is now on the budget of 2023. According to the elucidation, it was the intention to have the NRPB cover this cost in the past, But now we see that this is coming out of our taxpayers' money. And don't get me wrong, I think a very good thing to spend taxes on is the CRIF insurance, which is a very well done and effective insurance. My only question would be, especially considering how tight our budget is, how much we were forced basically to have a balanced budget, why was it not possible to have this covered for one more year or even a couple more years, either within the NRPB, the trust fund, or even by the Dutch government, considering that if there is a hurricane, it would be them that we would have to turn to for additional funds, whereas the CRIF, based on the category that you get hit, you get almost an immediate injection of liquidity. So is there a way that this could have instead been covered by the NRPB as it was before for at least one more year? I had one question which is a bit general because it covers quite a few ministries, and that is the Landsverordening. This ordinance covers many of the fees across various ministries. That's why I left this one for last, because in general, what I've taken note of is we've done a pretty good job in the tourism side of the budget. In terms of the business license fees, the tourism taxes, that is now about the compliance level that has allowed us to raise it, coupled with the increase in the economy. What I do have a concern with is, especially having done the amendment with the cinema ordinance, what I see is that there's many other areas, just like in the cinema ordinance, but in many other ordinances, where we have these old fees from the 1960s that really don't make much sense anymore. You know, where you're collecting 5 guilders for something it's 1960. I mean, that should be probably 20 guilders today. And it's not something that's going to completely bankrupt a business or so to pay for a stamp of 20 guilders as opposed to 5 guilders for a document that you take once a year. Or if somebody wants to do an event, a party, they pay 25 guilders for a permit. I'm sure that the permits department does more than 25 guilders worth of work in doing this. The inspection, motor vehicle inspection, that's also in the Landsverordening, but I didn't see any elucidation as to whether we're going to increase this. I think there's some examples in this ordinance where it's time to make the adjustments, just like we've done in the cinema ordinance, or are doing potentially with the support of Parliament in the cinema ordinance, to identify these fees that have gone way too low for so long without it being too hard on the public as well, using maybe inflation as a factor or something, because we look a lot about the tax reform and the taxes, but there are also these fees that if a small adjustment is made, there's so much more that we can collect as a country. And let's keep in mind, a lot of these fees are also paid by non-residents. So people when they come here to do events, or people when they need a document notarized and they need these stamps, a lot of this is not necessarily fees that are coming out from your local population. A lot of this is from your non-resident population as well that need these documents. So the general question to ministers, if they can please look at areas within the Landsverordening that applies to their ministry, and where do they think there's some opportunities for them to be increased. Particularly, I know within the Ministry of Rummy, Justice, Basic Administration, and TIAT, there are some of the most common ones in there. Mr. Chairman, overall, I must say I was very pleased with what I saw within this budget. The budget is something that I think is very realistic. I think it has a lot of areas covered, and it was quite a task, I can imagine, to be able to present a balanced budget today. But the resiliency of the economy is the main reason why. Because if you look at the income side, some people can call it unrealistic all they want. I've looked at the IMF response to it, the CFT response to it, the Council of Advice, and what I see in common is that there is some faith in the ability for the government to collect this level of income in 2023. So now it's a matter of executing. All of the work that has been done to make the economy thrive the way it is now paying its dividends to the coffers of Sint Maarten. The execution will now be the key, and maybe we'll get some more elucidation based on my answers on how they're going to execute the collection of all these figures. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP Bryson. The next person on the list is MP Peterson. MP Peterson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening to yourself, to my fellow colleagues, to the griffier, and the secretariat, and to the Honorable Council of Ministers. Mr. Chairman, let me go through the questions as per the volgorde that we gave. For the Minister of Finance, I just have one question for now, Mr. Chairman, and that is, when can we expect the LBHAM, as per the Py22-23, regarding the rules concerning local and public tenders for all ministries and government? I believe we've asked this question many times on this floor of Parliament, so I'll reiterate it again. Then I move on to the Ministry of Romy. For the Ministry of Romy at the moment, I only have some questions to you, Mr. Chairman. As it was understood, there was a tender done for the trenching, allegedly since last year, March. After that, we understood from the minister that the tender has been sent to SOAB for further vetting after the fact. I still don't understand why. Something that would actually be against the law if a proper LBHAM was in place. So in light of that, what is the status of this SOAB investigation into the trenching contract situation? Then, Mr. Chairman, through you, what is the status of district cleaning right now? As in, how is this service being handled at the moment? And under what service agreements are the cleaners being paid? Then to you, Mr. Chairman, what plans are there in place to revamp the Phillipsburg parking situation based on the new parking area introduced on the post office property? Are the plans going forward being addressed interministerially? Then, Mr. Chairman, I move over to another question. The Council of Advice made some remarks about the Ministry of Romy, and I would like some clarity on some of them. I heard the Minister, to you, Mr. Chairman, say that the necessary legal advice is being sought for the Ministry, for the various departments, which is fine. In the Organization of Domain Affairs, I see an increase of 227%, an increase of 70,000 guilders for legal advice. But when I look at the other organizations, it seems as if in other departments there is also an increase. In inspection, for example, there's an increase from 0 guilders to 10,000 guilders. And then ironically, under the budget post for permits, actually, I think there is a mistake because the amount goes from 2,000 guilders to 20,000 guilders as per the budget. Yet behind it, it says that there was an increase of 0%, so I think that might be an oversight. But my question in this regard to the Minister is, how was the selection done for the additional legal advice, given the fact that I saw a company on the dienstverleningsovereenkomst, and looking at the total amount that would be paid on this budget post throughout the year, is a tender, maybe a local tender, not advisable, especially given the fact that we have an assigned landsadvocaat that is on government's payroll. Then we move to the Ministry of Justice. To you, Mr. Chairman. Minister, to you, Mr. Chairman, I've taken note of the budget line 43430, where 0 has been allocated for maintenance. Under this budget post, under the prison, there is absolutely nothing allocated for the maintenance. So considering the tour that we as members of Parliament received and the further deteriorating state of the prison, why was it budget wiped clean? And what does this mean for the Phillipsburg cells in the prison, especially given the ongoing strikes at the prison regarding detention conditions, etc.? Then to you, Mr. Chairman, what is projected in activiteiten under the budget post 43489 of 1.2 million? So can a breakdown of that be given to you, Mr. Chairman? Also, what is the reason for the increase of the 1.9 million on the budget post 41001 for immigratie en grensbewakingsdienst? Also to you, Mr. Chairman, why the decrease in the customs budget in that same post of 20%? And then, and I presume the Minister saw this question coming, I want to talk about the prison food. Minister, to you, Mr. Chairman, in the budget meeting of last year, after I had already asked about it, the Minister explained that the contract for the food for the prison was going to be tendered in the upcoming year, especially since we then established that the max amount of 600,000 guilders per year, meaning the 50,000 guilders a month, was surpassed for last year's budget, and that it therefore would have to be publicly, so not locally, but publicly tendered. For this year, I see an amount of 740,000 projected, even more than last year. And yet again, nothing about a public tender. The Minister said the same as last year, that the process will start, and until then, that the current companies will continue to be used to further the services. And the Minister also mentioned to you, Mr. Chairman, the willingness of companies to work with the prison, and basically their hesitancy to do so. But while I understand that sentiment, that is completely irrelevant to the question I am asking as to why it was not publicly tendered. The tendering of government contracts is not a choice by the individual ministers or the Council of Ministers. It's supposed to be regulated by LBHAM, the same LBHAM that I asked the Minister of Finance about. That LBHAM is not a choice, but compulsory, and every government who comes in and fails to establish that LBHAM is illegally acting in a way of tendering the services that they want, because it is not allowed without the legal basis, and that legal basis, the LBHAM, does not exist. We keep mentioning this, and it keeps getting put in the back seat. So I guess my question to you, Mr. Chairman, is where exactly is this process of publicly tendering the contract to provide the prison with foods, and what legal basis is being used currently to continue doing business with the same Margarita Grocery Envy, a company that is locally known to be linked to a member of the Council of Ministers? A clear answer on that question would be highly appreciated. To you, Mr. Chairman. Then we go over to education. To you, Mr. Chairman. Minister, in your presentation, you mentioned that the improvement of forest facilities was something that was looking into. And in light of this, I simply have one relevant question given recent developments. A well-known swimming pool, public swimming pool there at the Raoul Illich Sports Complex. Many school children go there for swimming classes, and a lot of the children who go there for swimming classes also go there outside of school hours. However, in the last couple of days, there have been reports and rumors of troubles concerning the swimming pool at the Raoul Illich Sports Complex. Some schools have abruptly stopped the children from taking swimming lessons with no reasons actually given, not to them or the parents. In light of some clarity, not only for ourselves, but for the kids, I want to ask the Minister, to you, Mr. Chairman, what is really going on at the pool at the Raoul Illich Sports Complex at the moment? Is there something wrong with the water? Has the water been tested to see if it's actually safe for our kids to swim in? And if the answer to that is yes, there is indeed something wrong with the water, then I want to know from the Minister, to you, Mr. Chairman, since when exactly has this been the case? And if so, for how long have the kids been swimming in possibly contaminated water before the swimming classes were stopped, as per last week? Then I move over to the Ministry of VSA. For the Ministry of VSA, I don't really have too many questions, but some questions concerning more information. The legalization of cannabis was mentioned briefly, and I understand from the presentation that we are awaiting until the trajectory for the request for a proposal, the RFP, is done in December to continue the process. In light of this, I have some questions to you, Mr. Chairman, because although I understand that there is an RFP ongoing, I know that this wouldn't be the way to legally legalize cannabis as per our current legal system. So I guess one of my questions would be, what is the purpose of this RFP? And once a so-called winner is coming out, what is their task? Because I doubt that it's going to be that this one entity is going to take the lead on the legalization of cannabis on Sint Maarten, because this is not a tender, but a long legislative trajectory. Something that's so important, I assume, would be a heavy interministerial topic to be discussed heavily amongst the different ministries, given their respective roles in it. For example, right now, what is making the use or the growing of cannabis illegal is Article 2A of the Opium National Ordinance. According to this law, it is simply illegal to grow the cannabis plant. So according to this law, the Ministry of VSA, the Minister of VSA, does not have the authority to deviate from this article without going to the Council of Ministers first. That basically says that Parliament would have to be the ones to change this article when it comes to this national ordinance. When it comes to all actions concerning cannabis being illegal, this is regulated in Article 11 sub 2 of the same national ordinance. A fun fact is that a penalty, in theory, of a maximum of life in prison by law is given when it comes to you being penalized for, amongst others, cannabis. But the executing of this national ordinance in regards to the prosecution of said crime, that is being carried out by the Ministry of Justice. And this is what I mean, where I am feeling like we are lacking a little bit of cohesion between the ministries, because the first thing that we would want to work on Sint Maarten, if we want to legalize it, is the step before that, which is to decriminalize it. I myself am already busy revamping the Opium National Ordinance for exactly this subject, so that there is a collaboration across the board, because that is very important to me. In light of that, I want to ask the Minister, to you, Mr. Chairman, how involved has the Ministry of Justice been in the plans to ultimately legalize cannabis, as they are the executive ministry who at the moment enforce the national ordinance that falls under VSA because of its health aspect. I am also of the opinion that the public needs to be heavily involved in this discussion, but more importantly, the outcome of these discussions and the progress along the way. So for example, how many persons or entities registered to be part of this process through the RFP? What was the outcome of this process? And how many persons or entities, based on which criteria, have been chosen? And for what purpose? You know, the transparency to the people in a project this big and, you know, that's so socially heavy is critical, to my opinion. Let me see. Yeah, so coming back to the fact that it would be actually the Council of Ministers that has to take the helm on this, but of course being led in by the Ministry of VSA, given the health aspect. I also want to talk about the TEAT aspect of it all, because we spoke about tourism and about the tourism bringing in money, but this is something that would be for the Ministry of TEAT to actually take the helm on. So in light of that, through you, Mr. Chairman, I want to know what the sentiments are from the several ministries in the Council of Ministers as a whole, as a body, in regards to this current trajectory of the legalization of cannabis, given their own respective ministries and their respective roles, and how far are we with incorporating the decriminalization of perhaps limited usage or growing of the plant, steps that are legally going to have to be taken before we even reach to the whole legalization. That would be all for me for the Ministry of VSR. Mr. Chairman, I now move on to the Ministry of TEAT. Minister, through you, Mr. Chairman, on page 3 of the CFT's November 2022 advice, they state: voer op de korte termijn een casinobelasting, een omzetbelasting op de particuliere import van goederen en een aanpassing van de logeerbelasting, zo'n Airbnb-tax, waaronder de ening van via Airbnb, in en verwerk de financiële effecten hiervan in de begroting 2023. In de toelichting, we see that a tourist tax and the Airbnb tax, and that those projections are to be included, as per the CFT's words, both of which we do not have a legal basis for. So while I hear some of my colleagues speak on a tourist levy, that legislation does not exist. Putting anything regarding a so-called tourist tax in place without coming to Parliament is directly in contravention with Article 99 of the Constitution that says that any tax to be levied by government has to have a legal basis up front. So this tourist tax that is taken into the budget is illegal. There is absolutely no indication whatsoever that any tourist tax law will be passed here on the floor of Parliament. And for government to take this up in their budget is basically speculating that we will pass such a law, what is directly against the trias politica. So in light of that, Mr. Chairman, to you, is the tourist tax a discussion, part of this tax improvement work group that is focusing on tax reform for our system? Also, Minister, through you, Mr. Chairman, why was the mentioned casino tax not included in the projections? How compliant are the casinos, and is there a plan to make them 100% compliant in regards to all the monies that they owe to government? Because those institutes that promote the gambling addiction onto our people, to my opinion, should be taxed the highest, to my opinion, if not even to close down in some areas. And to reiterate, on the legalization of cannabis, for you, Minister of TEAT, through you, Mr. Chairman, the questions I asked under the Ministry of VSA only apply to the other relevant ministries, especially Justice and TEAT to begin with, if we look at it across the board. So in light of that, I would want to ask the Minister of TEAT, through you, Mr. Chairman, what work has TEAT done on the economic licensing part, such as a policy on who can apply, how many licenses will be issued, how many can one person or one company hold, how it will be tendered, etc. And then I refer back to the lack of an LB-HUM in regards to the tendering. Then for the Prime Minister, to you, Mr. Chairman, I only have one technical question. It's regarding P&O in regards to the country packages B4, 5 to 6. The uitvoeringsrapportage of Q4, it highlights some progress made the medewerkerstevredenheidstoets, where they introduced, it shows some promise. However, the outflux of staff still continues to be that of a serious concern. In the last budget, I think we spoke of several civil servants leaving government, and I believe at that time it was only 9 or 10 coming from one ministry. So the budget of the P&O is also a grave concern. So with that being said, this is my last question for the day. To you, Mr. Chairman, can the Minister of General Affairs, based on the country packages, tell us, to you, Mr. Chairman, sort of what the plans are in place to maybe enhance the arbeidsvoorwaarden for the civil servants? And can maybe the results for the medewerkerstevredenheidstoets be shared with Parliament, if confidentially maybe? And I think those are all the questions that I have for now, Mr. Chairman. I thank you for the time.
Thank you, MP Peterson. The next person I see is MP Ludmila de Wever.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening to you. Good evening to the Council of Ministers, my colleagues and support staff, you and the listening public as well. My questions are going to be just as an overview, Mr. Chairman. I will be sending you the questions tonight as well as the griffier so that all the ministers can have the questions. It's actually structured in a way where I have questions based on the presentation that I received for the most part, for the most of the ministers. Then I go through the general ledger accounts questions from the P&L, the expenses, and then I go into CapEx. So just to give everybody an overview of how it is structured. Finance is pretty straightforward. Minister, in the presentation that you had, you mentioned that the departments are using an old system, and part of the upgrade and capital expenditure that I see for 16 million is related to that upgrade and revamp of the entire system that's being used. But my question is, when I go into the budget, I see that it's financed by Teweyo. So my question is about, and I have a similarity here with the Minister of Finance, with Vrami, as well as Teyat, where I can't really determine who is financing I mean, we can determine who is financing the projects. I just don't understand why they're reflected in the budget as that, if it's not money coming directly from government. So that's what, hopefully when you get the questions, you'll see those extra explanations on there per ministry. For the gewone dienstuitgaven, for the expenses of finance, very simple, under the minister's budget, you see that there's expenses for training, Coursera, InfoBiz, and academy costs. And I just want to know why they're showing up in the minister's budget and not in training per ministry or training per the applicable department that it belongs to. That's it for the minister. Going on to Vrami. In the presentation from Vrami, the minister makes note that there was no proper planning for the cemetery and we have no further room. While this has been mentioned by other MPs before me, I still want to understand why, when you have the presentation, and it's clearly noted in the presentation that we have a shortage of cemeteries, but now we see a decrease in the cemetery expenses of 273,000. And then we see also a decrease of 177,000 for maintenance for car wrecks and cemeteries. In 2022, it went from 180K, sorry, so this is another line item. For the maintenance, car wrecks, and cemeteries, all the details are in here. It went from 180,000 in 2022 to 2.5 million in 2023. So the expenses are moving in opposite direction. So you say that we need the cemetery, but I'm seeing expenses go down. And then when you look at other line items, there's a massive increase. So it doesn't really correlate. So it's just to clean up the presentation to match the budget. That's what I need from that. On another line item, which is an expense item in account 43517, again, car wrecks and cemeteries, it's a different project code now, and I have that specified in this, and you see a decrease of 2.1 million. So again, you need the cemeteries, we need to basically make space for this, but I'm not seeing it justified in expenses. So that's what all my questions are relating. When it comes to maintenance expenses related to the contracted sanitaire and Irma Storsplaats, that's what it says, I see a decrease of 2.1 million. And I want to know why I'm seeing a decrease of that, what policy changed, what contract changed, because 2 million is a significant decrease when we still have a major waste management issue. And then also on the presentation from the Minister of Vrami, the header was Department of New Projects, ongoing projects for 2023. There was a line that said elderly pathway to Great Bay Beach. I just want to know what the minister means by elderly pathway to Great Bay Beach, because I couldn't correlate that as well into an expense or an asset if it's going to be something that is built. So I just want to know where on Great Bay Beach it is, because I know we have the boardwalk, but if there's an elderly pathway that's going to be created, I want to understand where it fits into our current structure of Great Bay Beach. Now, going on to the gewone dienstuitgaven, just the expenses for Vrami. There is a similarity that happens, Minister of Finance. Maybe you'll be able to answer this for all ministries, because when I go into the GL account questions, what you see consistently across all the ministries when it comes to personnel expenses per department is, obviously we know that the 12.5% was put back in. So you see the 12.5% increase for all of the departments, but then on the staff bureau, you see a massive, you see an increase for all the departments, but on the staff bureau, you see a massive decrease. It's applicable for every ministry. Every minister has that question in there. It is account 41005, which is the vakantie toelage. You see a decrease under staff bureau across the board, and the details you will have. Under semi-private and NGO category, this is still Vrami questions. You see subsidy for subsidy and instellingen SMHDF. so the Housing Development Foundation. And I wanted to understand why there is no subsidy for SMHDF in 2023. There was $300,000 in 2021, $763,000 in 2022, and zero in 2023. There is a secondary line item with a different account number that says Subsidie en bijdragen SMHDF. And then you see the amounts in 2021 and 2022 of zero. You see an increase in 729,000 in 2023. So I want to understand why the accounts are used interchangeably if nothing has changed in the housing foundation. Going on to CapEx, as the Minister of Finance, this is CapEx for me. As the Minister of Finance pointed out in his overview of capital expenditures, you saw that the investing or the capital expenditure for VRAMI went from 10 million in 2022 to 41 million in 2023. That increase, or the 41 million, consists of 5.7 million for roads renovation of 11 main roads, 4.6 million for hard surfacing dirt roads, 27 million expansion of sewage network, 3.1 million Dutch Quarter development project, and 500,000 Prince Bernard Bridge. So what is confusing for me when I go into the details of the capital expenditures is the fact that, again, even though you have 5.7 million for the roads renovation and 4.6 million for the hard surfacing of dirt roads, the explanation in the details of CapEx is the same. So these two items used interchangeably again, because it just seems like it is all road repairs. So I just want clarity on that. And just to be clear, when you go into the details of the capital expenditures, they have the exact same explanation. When you look at the line item in the budget of Kapitaaldienst, it is saying renovation of roads. The other line is saying surfacing of dirt roads. There's a 27 million expansion of sewage network. Again, this is the clarification that I need, please, from who is financing this. It's not really clear to see if you're looking just at the Kapitaaldienst, at the budget for it, but when you go again into the details, it says that there's about 15 million from NRPB, I believe, and 10 million from Netherlands, which leaves a difference of 2 million that maybe is really VRAMI's 2 million. So again, my question will be, I'm going to take 1 second. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little bit distracted with all the hand movements around me. So I just going to make a note of that so that maybe you can stop, because I am the last person, but it is very distracting when we've been here since 10 a.m. this morning. Also, the 27 million, right? That, again, this is the same thing that I said to the Ministers of Finance, Minister of VRAMI, Minister of TEAT. When it comes to presenting, Minister ECYS as well, I believe. When it comes to presenting a Kapitaaldienst investering, I just want to know what the rule is with what we present as actually coming from government, or coming from the Netherlands, or coming from NRPB, or coming from an external party. Because if it's being financed elsewhere, it's very, very difficult to understand that from the budget that I'm seeing now. And with the 27 million expansion of the sewage network, 15 million is NRPB, 10 million Netherlands is what it said. The 2 million, is it only VRAMI? That's what I need a specification on, please. Moving on to justice. If I'm looking, I have no questions on the presentation. I'm just going to go straight into the general ledger or the expenses, the gewone dienstuitgaven. And it's the same thing that I mentioned beforehand. Why do I see a decrease in the vakantietoelage in staff bureau of 1.1 million, where you see the opposite effect happening across every department after staff bureau? For KPSM, I believe MP Westcott asked this, but I want to understand what changed in the justice setup. So you see that there is overtime for police officers in the last 2 years was 1.6 million, meaning 2021 and 2022, it was 1.6 million, and it's cut down to 500,000. So when I see that, it makes me think that if you had consistently in a budget reflecting 1.6 million in overtime, then that means you either got more police officers or something changed in the policy that you're now accounting for it. So what changed? That in 2023, we can expect basically about 30% of that budgeted expense. MP Westcott also mentioned this. I'm gonna just add on to it again. For Immigratie en Grensbewakingsdienst, account 41001, you see an increase of 1.9 million. Now, my immediate question for that is, do we have more ports? Because it's immigration and border control. Do we have more ports? Are we working longer hours at the existing ports? 1.9 million is a significant increase in immigration. So I know that actually even MP Bryson next to me asked about a change in allocation of staff. So that's the additional info that I want to see if it's related to any policy changes or something else, but it's just to understand that's a significant increase. Moving on to ECYS. From the presentation, Minister, through you, Mr. Chair, I noticed that one of the, I think it was one of the achievements, it's what it's called. I tried to minimize the information that I put down when I was reading, typing up my questions while the presentation was happening. And the amount in the large investment in ICT for public school, another MP mentioned this before as well, it was 766,000. Now you see the same amount budgeted for in 2021 and 2022. So either it wasn't paid out in 2021, so you're budgeting it for it again in the next year. And gonna echo what MP Duncan said, what was actually done on it? Because it just needs to be explained that it was either done and delivered, or it's just a budgeted amount. Because then if there's a hard, tangible item, then that's what I really want to know for that. On CapEx, under ECYS, you see, I did it, I switched it around because normally I do presentation CapEx, gewone dienst, but I'll keep CapEx up there. Under ECYS, you see a change in nieuwbouw, verbouw, groot onderhoud. So new building, repair or building improvement, and significant maintenance, which changed from 1.7 million in 2022 to 350,000 in 2023. But the repairs for me haven't been done. That line item, basically, I think it correlates to the Martin Luther King School. The repairs haven't been done, so I don't understand why there is no budget in 2023 accounting for this 1.7 million. So now it's down to 350,000, but I just don't understand how it's done. On another note, though, if you go into the budget refers to the 350,000 that is budgeted for in 2023 to be the construction of the roof for a play area. But according to my understanding, I thought that the entire roof of Martin Luther King School had to be repaired and not the construction of a roof over the grassy knoll. So I need you to be very, very clear on that, because last year the school moved out. We're here, nothing was done. We're here this year, and then what I'm seeing is that it's only a roof over the play area because, again, how I understood it was that because there was leaks in the roof, there's mold coming into the existing classrooms, which is different than the putting a roof on the play area. Same thing again, if I look at the general ledger or the expenses, the gewone dienstuitgaven, staffbureau, same thing under Ministry of Education, you see a decrease of 1.1 million. Under afdeling onderwijs, okay, so this is actually the last part for ECYS, and this is one where other MPs have brought up questions, but I would like, please, the entire section explained and substantiated. And it's afdeling onderwijs, please explain why the subsidies for the following organizations were reduced in 2023 and what policy exists for calculation of the subsidy, and under what conditions can the subsidy be increased or decreased. And I will read off the organizations. Stichting Voortgezet Onderwijs Sint Maarten, decrease of 800,000. Foundation for Catholic Education Sint Maarten, decrease of 1 million. Foundation for Protestant Christian Education, decrease of 376,000. Foundation of the Seventh-day Adventist Churches School Board, decrease of $165,000. University of Sint Maarten, decrease of $393,000. NEPA, decrease of $442,000. Charlotte Brookson Academy, decrease of $45,000. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 education organizations that had subsidies decreased. Now, going on to the increase. Please explain why there's a subsidy increase for the following organization and what policy exists allowing them to get an increase. Foundation for Academic and Vocational Education, increase of $460,000. Methodist Agilkic Center, increase of $407,000. Again, it's 2 of them versus the 6 or 7 on the top that received a decrease. But if you look at what's been happening lately in the education system, I don't expect a decrease in subsidy anywhere. So that's where my line of questioning, because I want it to correlate with a policy that determines what conditions, just like how we have it when we get liquidity support from the Netherlands, what conditions must be in place in order for you to get increase or decrease. VSA, very simple actually, presentation questions. I believe that it may have been achievements. Minister, apologies if I did not make a good header on this, but I just wanted to understand what the home repair project related to. I'm sorry if I missed the explanation, and where can I find that in the budget? There we go, I have further explanation. I know you said it was 2022 achievements, but I'm looking to see if there is a recurring cost related to it, or if it was an asset that was, so if it was something that was built up, like how you said you needed a new system in place for healthcare administration, then you would expect that I will see an asset or capital gains investment in a system that we have to use to record this, but also maybe if it was an expense, I would expect to see an expense for it. So I just need to know if it's recurring or a one-time thing. Digitalization in the inspection application system, the same explanation. So I just want to know if it's a new system and if it's an investment. Why is it not reflected in the capital expenditures? Water collaboration with the French side, does this require an investment by the Dutch side in infrastructure? And who will own the assets? What is expected from this collaboration in regards to expenses or assets? When it comes to the general ledger account, the gewone dienstuitgaven, same thing again that I've done for every other ministry, explain the decrease in the vakantietoelage. Under the category sociale verzekering en ziektekosten, there was, it's account 44210, onderstand uitkering, so allowances. There is a decrease of 700,000. So what I would like on that is to understand why there is a decrease, how does it relate to a policy that exists, and what changed in our environment that means we have to give less onderstand out. Because again, similar to education, if you listen to the masses, we are struggling socially and financially. So when I see a decrease in onderstand of 700,000, I just want to know that there is something there to sort of justify it, and we are doing something to minimize the needs of society to actually ask for onderstand. Account 41073 BZV, I see a decrease of 2.5 million. Again, what is the reason for it? Is it in accordance with a policy that said we can increase it 2.5 million from one year to the next? When it comes to dienst, volksontwikkeling en humanitaire zaken, I see that in projecten en activiteiten, we had 500,000 in 2022, and it increased to 2.6 million in 2023. When I look at, for instance, onderstand going down, you see something in here happening for humanitarian projects, that you're doing a massive increase. So again, maybe I'm expecting it to correlate with each other rather than decrease in one area, increase in another. So again, what policy is there? What plans are in place to warrant a 2.6 million increase for 2023? Under the category dienst collectieve collectieve preventie, so I guess that might be CPS. I do see a decrease personeel van derden, 1.4 million. I don't want to assume why it decreased in 2023. So what conditions of in 2023 changed to warrant that material decrease of 1.4 million? And then in the presentation I also brought up my questions one time about the capital expenditures and, if this is an expense, if it's investment, one-off, do I not see it in 2023? That correlates with my question to you on capital expenditures. I see none in 2023. So I just want to know why I see none in 2023. When you look at I don't have it in front of me here, and it's going to take a long time to go find it in this book, but off the top of my head, there was 4 items in the Kapitaldienst. One of them was ambulance, something, capital expenditures related to ambulance. So why do it's that has a lot of wear and tear. I feel sometimes we're in New York because every day I can hear a siren, whether that's a police or ambulance. I don't know the difference, but I'm surprised that every ministry has capital expenditures and not FEASA. And health is a big part of it's very important. So I just was a little bit surprised. So if you can explain why you don't have any, please. Moving on to TEAT, have some questions from the presentation. In the key achievements for 2022, under the header of economic growth, you mentioned, Minister, through you, Mr. Chair, that their disbursement of funds to School for Agriculture in Schools program. So I wanted to know, why is that considered economic growth? Because $84,000 was given to the schools. So it's just to understand, and maybe it was in the wrong column, but economic growth, I would expect an increase or like a revenue stream, whereas this is a money given out almost like a subsidy. So explain, how does it relate? How does it lead to economic growth when we're giving the Agriculture in Schools program? Okay, I know this was mentioned by other MPs beforehand, but I do need to specify or to question it again so that you understand my confusion. In the last year or the year before, there was a project that was called the Vendor Village, and I believe it related to a Vrami and Teyat joint venture to move all the truki pans or food trucks from the Pondville into an area, beautify it, make it look pretty. It's probably the case that the budget has not been updated for that, because when you go into the details of the Vendor Village, it refers to food, specifically food. Now, when you go look at the presentation from the minister, you mentioned in the capital expenditures, and I'm going off the top of my head, Vendor Village, $676,000, and then another line item for capital expenditures, $330,000, which related to vehicles. On the side of it, you see total cost of the project, which is somewhere around $1 million, but then it says commitment from Royal Caribbean Group of somewhere around $600,000. I think it's very confusing to present it that way. It's either we have $676,000 for the Vendor Village, which is a Trukipan related project with Fromi, which is what it says in here, or it's somewhere around a figure of $600,000 for the market, the marketplace that has to be revamped. So if it's the marketplace, this is where I said, Teyat, you are representing capital expenditures per your presentation for something that Royal Caribbean Group is paying for. So that's where I need the clarification. The project that's being paid for by Royal Caribbean, why is it included in capital expenditures? If the project is, the Vendor Village is 600 and something thousand, why is it only talking about food and not the marketplace? So hopefully that is clear. You will have it in the questions. So I really like the idea, the project that was under requested additional project for 2023 for the bus stop, but I don't see the capital expenditure for it. Like I mentioned just now, I only saw the $676,000 for the Vendor Village, which is for food in Phillipsburg, and the $330,000 for vehicles for the Inspectorate of Teyat. But when you mention the bus terminal, you said potential revenue of 601,000. And actually, what I like to see in the revenue discussion, in the budget discussion, is new revenue streams being created, or, because compliance is being done, you're seeing an increase like you saw in ROMI, an increase like you saw in finance. But I want to understand from the presentation that you had, Minister, how the revenue is, where do you get the revenue from? So it's 601,000, but how is it earned? Like, what makes it up? Now, with the bus terminal, because I saw it right after capital expenditures, the part that I was missing was that I didn't see the budgeted amount to build the bus terminal. So either it was your wish list outside of the budget 2023, and it was just put in there, but it's a good idea because you kind of want a centralized place here. And maybe, I know that the chairman mentioned that the budget is available, but when you have the budget being presented with presentations that don't match the budget, then it gets confusing for the viewers, but as well as me. I'm going to own up to that, so I just need clarification. Gewone dienstuitgaven, straightforward, same question across all ministries. Vakantietoelage, please explain the decrease in vakantietoelage. Last one, algemene zaken. This is actually very general from Prime Minister's presentation. And I noted in the presentation that there was implementation of policy-based budgeting. So what I'd like to know from the Prime Minister, even though I am aware that the Prime Minister is not the Minister of Finance, how is that reflected in the 2023 budget? So how is policy-based budgeting reflected in the 2023 budget? Please explain the reason for this being explicitly stated by you and the impact that it's had on the budget. So positive, negative, why is it important for us to have this policy-based budgeting, and whether or not every ministry has actually reflected it in that way. This is why when you have my questions of increase and decrease in expense item and in expense line items, my questions are specifically on what policies are in place to allow the ministry to increase or decrease these amounts, especially on the significant amounts, which is what I try to focus on for my budget review. I also took note that the Prime Minister was talking about the fire department and the trainings for the staff, which is great, but it doesn't cover the issue where certain neighborhoods lack lack proper fire hydrants and the proper water lines to actually give enough pressure to fight fires, especially with what's happened in the last 2 months. And I think that there were probably maybe 4 fires or 5. And what I took note of is we could be expertly trained, but without the tools to fight a fire, I don't see how that works. The tool meaning the proper infrastructure in place. So I said, please connect this to what infrastructure improvements are planned. I only see the Minister of ROMI referring to sewage, road repairs, and bridge repairs. When it comes to the gewone dienstuitgaven, the expense is same thing again, vakantietoelage, why it is 0 in 2022. Yeah, so for the algemene zaken, I saw a decrease of staff bureau of 1 million. You're seeing the same trend across all ministries. Please explain why under wetgeving department there is a decrease of 869,000 in account 43476, rechts en ander deskundig advies, and how it relates to policy-based budgeting. Because what I understand, maybe wetgeving, hopefully through you, Mr. Chair, the Prime Minister could tell me, is that JZ and way related? Wetgeving? Yes, so I see a decrease in it, but then I want to know what you need, because I know, based on the conversations we've had in Parliament over the year, that is a department that is short-staffed. So while the budget shows amounts in there, finance from other people, on this one I want to make sure that it reflects the needs of what we're really lacking, which is lawyers for that department. That is the big struggle right now in government. In the facilities, section category, there is an increase of 528,000 in the account 43010 for SLA contracts licenses. What makes up this amount, and how is the increase justified based on the policy-based budgeting? And that is it for now, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MP De Weaver. Next, we have MP George Pantaflet. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening to the chair, my colleagues, Parliament, or Council of Ministers, those who are probably still viewing or listening. Mr. Chairman, I have quite some questions, but I'm going to follow the trend of my colleague that spoke before me. The questions that I have will be sent to the Ministers of Roaming, Justice, and VSA. I have none for ECYS, none for General Affairs, and I just have two I think for Finance, and one or two I think for TIAT, which I'll pose at this time. Let me thank the ministers for their presentation, and of course, they already thanked the staff for the hard work to put these things together. Definitely, I will always say that once the CFT is pleased with a budget, I get nervous because it means that it pleases them. But when it comes to social aspects, from what I've heard already there, Mr. Chairman, it really, really, really does not come close. The Chairman, I have a very simple question or two questions for the Minister of Finance through you. And it has to do with what I've not heard spoken about for quite some time is the instructions that were placed on government in 2015, extended in 2019, but I haven't heard anything about it so far. So what is the process with regards to the instructions? And let me see if I can find, because as I said, yes. I understood from the media that insurance will be increased by 15%. So I want to know whether that was taken into consideration in the preparation of the budget, whether that was taken into consideration, the fact that 15% will be increased in insurance, I think, this year. And for the Minister of TIAT, through Mr. Chairman, what is the status of the Casino Gaming Board? What is the status of the Casino Gaming Board policy or legislation, whether that has begun or how far is it? And the issue of the dividends. Mr. Chairman, through you, is there a policy or is there not a policy? Why do I ask this question? I saw somewhere in the draft document, it is mentioned that in 2024, the harbor plans to pay 2 million guilders, plans to pay dividends. And an amount of 2 million guilders was mentioned based on the multi-annual plans of the harbor. So my question to you, Mr. Chairman, to the Minister is, are there any dividend policies in existence? Because it is also said that the dividend policies were sent to other government-owned companies. So in other words, that should mean it exists, but I need clarity on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, MP George Pantaflet. Yep, okay. I was just verifying that the floor, members of Parliament, as the chairman had opened the meeting earlier, stated we would be having all members of Parliament pose their questions to the government. We've come to the end of that part, except we have now the chairman who I've switched with, who will pose his questions, which will be the last speaker for the evening. Then we will adjourn in order to return tomorrow with the answers from the ministers. We go to MP Bijlani.
Thank you, Chairman. Good evening to you. Good evening to the CRIFIR, to the Council of Ministers, supporting staff, my colleagues in Parliament. Good evening, St. Maarten. Long day today. So I'll just dive into questions, but I have two sets of questions, one which I had prepared already, and the other set is based on the presentation. So it'll be in two different ways, but per ministry I'll ask, so it's not confusing. Questions to the Minister of Finance. The budget mentions tourist taxes and sales taxes. Could you provide more information about how these taxes will be implemented and why the tourist tax is projected to 10 million guilders? The English version of the explanatory note mentions CRIFF insurance on page 12 as 2.7 million guilders for insurance. And on page 20, it says that it's been taken care by trust fund. Could you clarify whether the insurance amount is budgeted or not? Could you provide an estimate of total travel and accommodation budget for all ministries, high councils, and other government-paid trips for the year, including those which are planned in advance? Could you provide more details on item number 2100 for Integrity Chamber, which only shows a total of 1.772 million under material cost? Question for Justice Minister, through you, Chairman. Under item line 5210/41003 for the police force overtime, it was budgeted at 1.68 million in 22, and now in 23 it is reduced to 500K. What can be the reason for this? I think this is multiple questions from most of the MPs, but I've already prepared, so let me ask. Also, the total personnel costs from 24.5 million in 22 has been reduced to 21 million in 23 budget, where lately we have seen issues brewing up within the union and the ministry and also increase in recruits. How can we justify a reduction of 11.34%? That is 2.778 million. Can this be explained? Through you, Chairman. Under item line 5202/41001, salaries for prison and house of detention. Salaries are reduced from 5.59 million to 5.07. That's about 500K less, approximately 9.24%. Please explain why. Under item line 5203/41001, salaries for immigration and naturalization service, we see an increment of 50%. That is from 3.83 to 5.74. What can be the reason? Through you, Chairman, under the line item 5204/41001, the salaries are reduced by 20% from 1.409 million to 1.126 million. Why so? Same for customs in item line 5205/41001, a 20% reduction from 2.24 to 1.795. What improvements will be done with the extra 365K to Turning Point? The budget is increased from 1.4 to 1.78. Do you think that is enough? There's 300K budgeted for victim support services. Can you please elaborate exactly what support will be provided? I think we saw some of it today. Questions for the Education, Cultural, Youth, and Sports Minister, through you, Chairman. Under item line 6320 sub 43491, Department of Public Education, I see the budget for security is increased from 492K to 1.307 million, about 816K more. Why so? When students go abroad for studies through study finance, what type of medical insurance do they have? Do they pay first and then claim from the insurance? What are the repayment plans for students in study finance? Exactly what percentage do they pay back? And is there any discount if they pay everything in one time? Can the minister please elaborate on the breakfast program in schools? How many schools and how many kids are helped with this program? Questions for Minister of Labor, through you, Chairman. Under line item 7110/43489, Department for Public Health for Projects and Activities, I see the budget gone up from 250K to 1.124. That's 350%. Can you please elaborate exactly what projects and activities will be carried out in 2023? I think I saw a glimpse today. Under 7120/43489 for Department of Social Development, I see a reduction in project and activities from 1.7 to 150K. Can you please explain and if it's anything to do with the above question? Through you, Chairman, under line item 7260/43489, Department of People's Development, Family and Humanitarian Affairs, I see for project and activities an increase of 410% from 510K to 2.6 million. Can you please elaborate what are the plans for 2023? Question from Ministry of General Affairs, through you, Chairman. The budget for item 3107, parking spot, shows a marginal difference between the expense and revenue. Is there a mistake in booking the numbers, or are we losing money? Would a public-private partnership be a good solution? The budget for item 3308, line 30010, subsidies, shows a 50% increase in budget for the PSS. I think MP Bryson raised that point. Could you explain the reason for this increase? The budget for line item 43010, SLA, contracts and licenses, shows an 11.98% increase in budget of 533,919 and budget of FLS from 4.572 to 5.106. That's a difference of $500,000. Are there any details to that? The budget for line item 43499, specified as other goods and services, shows a huge increase of 161%. Could you provide more details on what these goods and services are? Now let me move on to the questions from today's presentation. And the first, I'll start with the question to all the ministries. A mission explains how you will achieve your purpose and ultimate goals. You may know your purpose, but how will you fulfill it? Your mission helps you to create a plan and outline the steps you need to accomplish your goals. It shows whether you are making progress or not, if you need to change your strategy. Having a mission lets you describe the journey that you want to take. Sit down to think about how you will approach your goals and if they'll fulfill your purpose. You might be wondering, how is the mission different from a vision? Before your mission and purpose come your vision. A vision is something you'd like to see happen or where you'd like to be. It should describe what you hope to achieve or your purpose with the help of your mission. These elements all work together, and you can't have the other without one. Even though they are separate items, separate terms, they all work towards achieving your final goal. They'll keep you motivated and focused. So my question is your vision and mission statement shared with the SGs, department heads, and personnel of the departments that make up your ministry to have a cooperative and co-creative structure within the ministry? How often is the vision and mission statement revisited throughout the year or throughout the work process? Question to the Minister of Finance, through you, Chairman. You mentioned that online payments for number plates and other services have been optimized. However, are you aware that this transition is still not a smooth process? Government takes a very long time, or sometimes never, in processing and sending our receipts. Consequently, one must still go to a ticket booth to obtain a government receipt of the online payment in order to proceed to obtain number plate, for example. The proof of bank payment receipt is not sufficient to obtain the said plate, and therefore it's very cumbersome. Is there going to be a streamlining of this process where one can receive, for instance, their government receipt of payment via email? Question to Romy, through you, Chairman. It has been countless months since the island in various districts has been cleaned. And by cleaning, I mean the road cleaning by cutting and or maintaining of grass, trees, mud, debris, and shrubs. This has not been facilitated in various neighborhoods, while this is usually an ongoing and process in the past on a continuous basis. Everything is massively overgrown. Yes, we are a tourist destination. However, the entire island should matter with regards to everyone that lives here as well. Can you indicate and give clarity on what is going on and why none of the road cleaning crew haven't been active or living up to their schedule or contracts? You mentioned that is a challenge to recruit personnel. Exactly what is the problem? What happened at the job fair that was held? Weren't any suitable candidates found? And if yes, how many and in which department were they placed? Can you please indicate the number of current employees per department? And I will also appreciate, through you, Chairman, a list of all the staff that is required per department. Road repairs. Does the minister have a strategic plan on road repairs? If yes, can that be shared, through you, Chairman? Can the list of hard surfacing of the dirt roads be shared with the Parliament, through you, Chairman? For justice, I don't see what you feel the best method. Just one question through you, Chairman, for justice. What do you feel is the best method to slow or stop immigration? For ECYS, you mentioned in your presentation that the student loan repayment is budgeted at $315,000 for the year 2023. Can the minister elaborate more on this matter, and what are the procedures in collecting outstanding student loans? Question to the TIAT minister, through you, Chairman. You mentioned since February this year to date, the amount of 54 persons have concluded their driving exams for automatic transmission. Since this is newly implemented service, the overall public may not be aware of this. Does the ministry have plans on promoting this improvement, and how? Is the Royal Caribbean Group still moving forward to finance the reconstruction? I think that part has been discussed a lot here. If so, they have approved the new revised plans. I think most of the other questions I have here has been discussed, so I will not bring it up again and again. I would just await the answers. Thank you, Chairman. That'll be all.
Thank you, MP Jilani, for your questions, and thank you, members of Parliament, for all of your questions so far today in this Central Committee meeting. Members of Parliament, we would normally be restarting the meeting at 10 a.m. tomorrow. However, I've received indication that the First Minister may be ready at 11 a.m. So I've discussed that with the Griffier and the Chairman. So officially, you'll receive that amended convocation, amended letter. So prepare that you will be requested to start tomorrow at 11 a.m. with the First Minister to answer the questions. So members of Parliament, honorable ministers, and the viewing public, thank you for my, oh, Minister has a remark. The meeting isn't over, so you have no closing remarks, but if you have another remark, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, the meeting isn't over, but we are adjourning for tonight, and I would like to just have a few comments, especially for the viewing public, who might be hearing certain things from the MPs, and I don't want to give the wrong impression, and also maybe just educate the public also, especially since we're going to probably answering tomorrow. I heard from a few MPs questioning ministers in regarding to why cuts in certain areas. And as I indicated in my budget, and actually, Mr. Chairman, you also indicated that you appreciated the fact that we compared our budget to the audited actuals of the last 5 years, which clearly indicated our actual income over the last 5 years. So that's like, let's say, what we've done over the last few years was overestimate budgets. And then what we typically did was come back to Parliament to amend, to say, oh, well, our bad, we didn't really budget properly, and now we have to amend lower. In addition to that, we never really got the government didn't get support, liquidity support to supplement the budget. So when we have a budget of, let's say, 520 million like we had in the past, but we only actually generate for what was it in the past? Let's say 450 or 479. That means that then we are creating a false expectation, not just to the public, but also to the organization in the ministry on what they can actually deliver and execute. So what we see here when you say budget cut, I think is kind of unfair to say that is, let's say, a budget cut is actually us living within our means. This is the revenue that we believe we're going to generate, and this is the work that we're able to execute. And that's what the ministries have done. And I've also clearly indicated in the different ministries what they've actually spent over the last few years and what they've budgeted. So I just want to be very clear on that.
Thank you, Minister, for that elucidation. Members of Parliament, we will adjourn this meeting until 11 a.m. tomorrow morning as we return with the First Minister to answer the questions in the first part of this Central Committee meeting. We thank you all for your participation today, and we will see you tomorrow, God spare. Meeting adjourned.